to
All right, lawyer.
And that's okay.
Is that good?
Yeah. Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Sure. Marcee.
Okay. So you mentioned.
Yes, we approach that. Yes. That's what I was asking. Is there anything you think of? So, how much Cheater versus State, 300 Georgia, US 396, says this court has previously held that a trial court has no obligation to inform the defendant's spouse of the existence of marital privilege. We just know that this is going to be an issue. We kind of okay, but you want to have cases that I need to, right? Okay. I'm going to proceed based on Cheater versus State, saying that having no obligation to inform the existence of marital privilege. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gray. You indicated that you were married to Colin Gray. Can you point him out and identify him by a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing the light blue sweater and blue tie.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that Ms. Gray has identified the defendant. So what are you doing right now?
Right now I live in South Georgia, and I work in an industrial food processing plant. I work for the quality department there, and that's about it.
And do you currently have custody? You mentioned that you have 3 children. Do you currently have custody of any of them?
I do not.
Okay. And when did you get married to Colin Gray?
In 2007.
And does he have a nickname?
Coley. 2009. I got married in 2009. Sorry.
Okay. Are you a little bit nervous?
A lot nervous.
Okay. So you got married in 2009, and who is your first child?
Colt.
And when is his birthday?
He was born on January 14th, 2010.
Okay. And then who was your next child?
Jenny was born a little more than a year later, June 6th, 2011.
And then what about your last child?
Coley was born in 2016, and he was born on April 3rd.
Okay. And kind of just to summarize, so in September of 2024, would Colt have been 14?
Yes.
Okay. And then would Jenny have been 13?
Yes.
And then Coley would have been 8?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so does Coley have a nickname, since his name is the same as?
I have a mama baby nicknames for him, but in general, he goes by Coley.
Okay. Did he go by Coley Jr. or?
Sometimes, maybe within our immediate family, but anyone else called him Coley.
And then are you and the defendant currently separated?
Yes.
Okay.
Legally, there's no documentation, but physically we're separated.
And then where were you living when Colt was born?
When Colt was born, we were living in Barrow County. We were actually living in Winder in a house that I had purchased before I met Colin. He was born at St. Mary's in Athens. And we continued living in my house until Jenny was born. And when she was about 6 weeks old, we moved to our next house, which was in Statham.
And did y'all stay in Statham for a fairly long time?
Yes, we did.
How long did y'all stay there?
Till 2018.
So I want you to kind of just summarize for us where y'all moved after then, up until y'all moved to Jackson County.
Okay. There's a lot. So we sold our farm in Statham in 2018. We moved into a rental home in Gainesville. We were there, and each of these rental homes that we were in less than a year. Many of them less than 6 months. So we moved to a rental home in Gainesville. It was on Lake Lanier. A couple of months later, we moved from that rental home into a second rental home. It was in Cumming, Georgia. We were there for, like I said, less than a year. At that point, in 2020, right at the beginning of 2020 is when we moved to Ben Hill County. That was during COVID. We were there for right at a year, at which point we moved back up to Jackson County. And the first place that we lived at was Traditions. We were there for, again, it was less than a year, maybe it was close to a year. After we left there, we actually moved into a rental Airbnb. That because it was a sudden move, we had to find somewhere to live really quick. That was in Lawrenceville. We were there for maybe 2 months. And then we moved to a second Airbnb. That was up in, I think technically it was Pendergrass was the address. And after that, we were there for maybe a month. At that point, we ended up at the house where Colin and Colt lived after me and the 2 younger children moved back to Fitzgerald.
Okay. And I will kind of get back into some of the dates as we go through. But you mentioned that you moved to Ben Hill around COVID. So that would have been March of 2020.
We moved in January of 2020 because I started a new job at like the first or second week of January.
Okay. And at that time, were you working? And what was the defendant doing?
Colin was just staying home.
Okay. And while y'all were, I guess let's kind of talk about where is Ben Hill and why y'all moved there.
Okay, so Ben Hill is where I was born and raised. It is about 3.5, 4 hours south of Atlanta, directly south down I-75. It's a fairly rural town. My mom was also born and raised in Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County. So the first time that we ended up going to Ben Hill County during COVID, we moved because, for one, we were having financial issues. Hence why we were moving. We had to move several times. And then also, Colin was having issues with his back. So we wanted to move to hopefully get some support from my family. And we moved into my late grandmother's home. When my mom's mom passed away, she left her home to basically to all of us grandkids to use as we saw fit. So we were going to move because we wouldn't have a mortgage and we could try to save some money and get back on the right path. And that would also allow Colin to get his back healed, so he wouldn't have to work.
So y'all moved to Ben Hill right before COVID. I want to fast forward to Colt's 6th grade year, which would have been the fall of 2021.
Okay.
At that time, were they still doing digital learning for a period of time?
Yes.
Was Colt attending classes from home in September of 2021?
Yes. Yes, all 3 of them were.
Around September 10th of 2021, did the school contact you about something Colt had done while doing digital learning?
Yes, they did.
And how did they contact you?
The school counselor, she called me on the phone and said that basically she wanted to give me a heads up that they were sending some resource officers to the house. She told me basically what it was in regards to, and that they wanted to talk to me or Colt's dad, and they wanted to speak with Colt as well.
Okay. And when the school resource officers arrived at your house, what did you learn about what Colt had done?
Well, they basically reiterated what the guidance counselor had already told me on the phone, which was that Colt had basically found a way around the school's firewall and security software so that he could get on the internet and basically look up whatever he wanted to look up. And then they told me that he had researched, he had typed into the search bar how to kill my dad.
And at that time, did you tell the defendant about that search?
No.
Did you later tell him?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember around when you told him?
Not really, but it was several months later.
Did the Department of Family and Child Services become involved with your family around that same time of that search?
I
guess within a couple of months of that.
I think so. We moved not long after that is when we relocated back up to Traditions.
Okay. Before y'all relocated to Traditions, do you remember someone making an anonymous report to Defacs?
Yes.
And was it related to you slapping Colt?
Yes.
At that point, did Defacs start doing some home visits with y'all?
They did. They did the home visits, and then at that time they wanted to do counseling, some type of counseling, and they ended up having a guy come to the house to do the counseling. And he kind of put us on a rotating schedule. Each week he would come, and one week he would talk to me. Next week he would talk to Colin. Next week he would talk to Colt. And I think by the time we had to finish because we were moving, I think we each had met with him at least twice.
Okay.
Me, Colin, and Colt.
So y'all moved in the middle of this counseling.
Yes.
And so after about 2 sessions, that is when y'all went to Traditions?
Yes.
Would that have been around November or October or November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
And when we moved, Defacs basically closed the open case because, well, for one, they didn't find any evidence of any sort of abuse or neglect or anything like that. And then we were also moving, so they just went ahead and closed the case out.
So you would have been outside their jurisdiction once y'all
Yes.
moved.
Yes.
And you mentioned Traditions. What county is that in?
That's Jackson.
Do you remember what school the kids were in when y'all moved to Traditions?
They were in, I think they were in, Jackson Middle School, I think. Jackson.
West Jackson? Does that
West
sound familiar?
Jackson, yes. It was about a mile from our house, so.
And so Colt would have still been in 6th grade when y'all moved. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you had to make a quick move from Traditions. And that would that have been around August of 2022?
That sounds about right, yeah.
And why was it a quick move?
We got evicted.
And is that when y'all went to a few Airbnbs like you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then eventually you moved to Jefferson sometime kind of in that fall of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the kids start going to school then?
Oh gosh. It was, I want to say it was, I don't want to say the wrong thing.
And does Jefferson City Schools sound familiar?
Yes, absolutely. That was it.
Okay.
We were excited because Jefferson schools are known to be really, really good schools.
At that point, sometime around Halloween of 2022 was another Defacs report made.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that
Yes.
report about?
That report was, again, ended up being completely unfounded. And one of our neighbors had reported general neglect of our kids. She said that they were being sent to school dirty. They weren't being fed. I think she made claims that I was sitting in my car drinking alcohol, something alcohol related. And I think there were a couple of other things that she claimed as well.
When that Defacs report was made, did you move?
Did I move?
Yeah, eventually, or within a couple weeks of that, did you move?
Well, me and Jenny and Coley left and moved in November of 2022.
And where did the defendant and Colt stay?
They stayed there at the same house.
Why did Colt stay with the defendant?
I think in general, he had his room and everything, his computer and all that set up how he wanted it. in his bedroom, and that was kind of his safe place. And I think a big part of it was he didn't want the change. He wanted to keep everything in his room the way it was. He didn't really give a concrete reason as to, hey, I don't want to go to Fitzgerald, I want to stay here. It just kind of went that way.
When you and Coley and Jenny moved down to Ben Hill, did Colt have a phone?
Yes.
Were you able to have contact with him while you were living in Fitzgerald or Ben Hill?
For the most part, no. I was not able to have much contact with him at all.
And did you have much contact with the defendant at that time?
It varied, but in general, not really, other than texts. And there were a couple times where I tried to facilitate him visiting his younger son. His daughter at the time didn't want to have anything to do with.
Objection. This is getting into hearsay, and it's not relevant.
We'll move on.
All right, just in.
So at any point did he, or how often did he visit you in Fitzgerald, or did you visit Colt and the defendant in Jefferson in that time frame where they were living alone?
I think Colin visited us in Fitzgerald twice. And I drove Coley up to visit them maybe 3 or 4 times. It was right towards the end.
While Colt was going to Jefferson Middle School for the 7th grade year, were you aware of any of the issues he was having at the middle school?
At some point, I was made aware of them. At the time that they took place, I was generally not aware of anything that was going on.
And then were you aware that Jackson County Sheriff's Office came out to the defendant's residence and wanted to talk to Colt about threatening to shoot up a school?
I had no idea that happened until it came out in the media a year ago.
So at this time, you said you weren't aware until after everything happened. At this time, I'm going to display a text message from State's Exhibit 150. Which is your cell phone extraction, and it's from September 5th of 2024. Can we do the first one?
What was the exhibit number?
It's 159. Marcy's cell phone extraction. So on September 5th, you said, "What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too." Is that the text message you sent to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And then he responded, "I told you about that, and so did he. Someone in a chat room said it, not Colt. I had no idea what the chat room even was. More importantly, why do you have an open warrant?" Was that his response?
Yes, that was his response.
Okay. And had either of them told you about it?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to August of 2023, a couple of months after the May incident with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Did Colt move back in with you in Ben Hill?
Yeah, when was the month you said?
I have August of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it just Colt or the defendant come too?
I met the defendant off of I-75 to pick up Colt.
Okay. And why did he come and live with you?
Because, well, he had called several times leading up to that, wanting to come and live with me because he said he just couldn't.
Objection is the hearsay.
It goes to explain why he was moving to live with her. It goes to explain conduct and not for the truth of the matter asserted, not to explain. I don't know exactly what she's going to say, but essentially she's going to explain why Colt wanted to move and also why the defendant allowed it to happen. Of course, if it's the defendant's statement, then it would be admissible.
I'm gonna have to hear what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just step out. All right. Ask the question again.
Why did Colt move to Ben Hill?
So, like I said, Colt had already asked several times in the past and then changed his mind at the last minute. But he had been telling me over the phone that he couldn't take living with his dad anymore. They were constantly getting into physical altercations. That, it was a constant screaming battle between the two of them. And he was basically trapped there at that house because nobody else was ever involved with him up there. So he basically was saying he was at his breaking point.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant about him moving?
No, other than, can you meet me halfway?
All right, so based on that response, I'm inclined to sustain the hearsay objection. It's being offered to prove what's going on between Colt and his dad. And I realize the line often blurs what's, this explained conduct is, we can't drive a bus through it all the time. So the line blurs on, is it for the truth of the matter asserted or for some other purpose? To me, this one falls more on the side of for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'm
Okay.
inclined to sustain the objection.
I just like you to do that in front of the jury so they know why she isn't answering the question.
That it's
Mhm.
sustained?
Yeah.
Sure. Is there a next question that we need to ferret out or no?
Well, I mean, did he bring him to meet you?
That's obvious.
Yeah. Like,
All right, bring it back to you.
restroom.
Okay. Just understand this, your life.
We're ready, sir.
Y'all be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to the last question, there was a hearsay objection. I'm sustaining that objection. Let the state ask this next question.
So did the defendant meet you somewhere so that you could pick up Colt?
Yes, we met. I started driving north on 75 and he was driving south, and we were just going to meet wherever we met. I don't remember what exit it was, but we got off and Colt had not packed really anything. He had just gotten in the truck. He brought his guitar, and so we met in a random parking lot. It was just kind of an abandoned plot of land. And I said, you didn't bring any clothes? And he said, no. I said,
That's hearsay.
Are you referring to who is he? Is it Colt or the
Colt.
defendant? Okay.
Colt.
So Colt didn't bring any clothes, and then what happened?
I told him, just get in the car.
The fact that he didn't bring clothes, or?
It's a statement objection because he is making a statement regarding what he did or didn't do. It sounds like the statement is going to prove the truth of parental fitness one way or another.
I mean, Marcy can testify to what she observed that day. She observed that he didn't bring any clothes. She observed what the defendant did next. I think she can testify to that because it goes specifically to parental fitness and what their interactions are and what the defendant and Colt are doing. I mean, I think that's relevant to this whole case. What she observed.
There's no issue with her testifying what she observed.
And that's not what I'm objecting
No
to.
suitcases, no clothes, whatever.
I'm objecting to when she asked Colt, why do you not have, and then getting into his answer, which would be hearsay because he's not here to testify.
Which was not my question. I said, Colt didn't bring any clothes. Then what happened? Then what did you, I didn't ask her what Colt said. So,
Ma'am, if the answer to the question is going to be revealing what Colt said, do not do that. If you had an observation of what he did or didn't have with him, you're free to testify about it.
Okay.
so just, you observed he didn't have anything with him.
Yes.
Except for his guitar.
Yes.
Then what happened?
So I told him to get in the car. I would buy some new clothes for him, underwear, whatever. And I just instructed him to get in the car. I needed to get his guitar, and Colin threw it across the parking lot. He was very aggressive towards Colt. And again, I told Colt, just get in the car, please. Please just get in the car, let's go. So I went and got his guitar, put it in the car, and we left.
When y'all got to Ben Hill, was Colt supposed to be in the 8th grade?
Yes.
And did you enroll him in school that August?
So he was only with me for about a month. When I picked him up, I told he wanted to try online school. And so I started the process of enrolling him in online school. His sister then she wanted to do online school too. She was already enrolled and attending school in Ben Hill County with her little brother. But I started enrolling her as well. Again, Colt was only with me for about a month, so he never got the opportunity to start the online school.
What was Colt's behavior like in Ben Hill?
Colt's behavior was alarming. It was very different from the Colt that I remembered, that I had left with his dad when we left in 2022. He had a lot of anger inside, and he was very aggressive and unpredictable. So much so that I ended up relocating his little sister across town to my parents' house because I didn't want to leave her there alone with him. And then his little brother basically just never left my side. I just had, he was with me wherever I went when he wasn't in school. But Colt, he damaged a lot of things while he was there. Again, he was just, you could tell that he had a lot of anger and just yuck inside of him.
You said he damaged a lot of stuff. What kind of stuff did he damage?
All of the flat screen TVs that I had in the house. He broke several windows. He would take knives and make cuts on different things like walls and the leather in my car, the leather seats, just kind of like random damage. He wrote on a bunch of stuff, walls and that sort of thing.
And on October 3rd, did your dad actually contact the police because of something Colt had damaged?
Yes.
What had he damaged on October 3rd?
I think that was when he broke, the first time he broke a window. He had broken a window because from slamming the door really, really hard. It's an old house, and so the windows are old. And if you're not careful, you slam a door hard enough and it'll shatter a window. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And then once that happened, I kept fixing it by basically taping it up and putting a piece of cardboard over it until we could get someone to come and professionally fix the window. And he kept punching through the cardboard. As soon as I'd fix it, he'd punch through it again. And I think it was the window was the actual reason why he called the police that one day.
And did the defendant come and get, or did Colt go and live with the defendant immediately after that?
Immediately after the second time, so my dad actually called the police twice, or went by to see the police twice. The second time, and each time they came, I would basically ask them, please don't take him to jail. You know, I don't want anything on his record. Can you just talk to him? Which they did. They actually offered to stand there and supervise while I spanked him or like physical punishment. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. He was bigger than I was at the time. I just want y'all to talk to him and, you know, just hopefully talk some sense into him. Well, after the second time it happened, he immediately got on the cell phone with his dad.
And just related to what the
Yes.
defendant said, not what Colt said.
Yep. He had the phone on speakerphone, so I could hear, because I didn't have my phone at that point. I'm not sure where it was, but I said, let me talk to your dad. And so he didn't want to give me his phone, so he put it on speakerphone so I could speak to Colin on speakerphone on Colt's phone. And, you know, I had not been communicating with Colin at all. Since he dropped Colt off, communication basically was non-existent. So he didn't know anything about what Colt had been doing or, you know, his behavior. And I immediately started trying to explain to Colin what had been going on, and I couldn't get any words in edgewise before he immediately wanted to say, why are you doing this to our son? Why are you calling the police on our son? Why would you do this? And it took him, you know, less than 5 minutes to have Colt convinced that I was the one calling the police. I was trying to get him sent, you know, to juvenile detention. And once he had him convinced of that, Colt refused to talk to me. He just wanted to go back with his dad.
And when did he leave?
I think he left like the next day after that second time the police were called.
While you were in Ben Hill County with Colt, had you scheduled some counseling for him?
Yes.
Is that at the,
Healing Connections
okay.
was the place, but he never made it because he went back with his dad.
So his first counseling session supposed to take place after he left?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Coley Jr. and Jenny stay with you in Ben Hill at that point?
Yes, at that point, yes, they did.
When the defendant took Colt home or met, I guess, or met you or your mom halfway, where did they go to live at that point?
They were still living at that same house.
In
think-
Bear County?
Yeah. Or no,
And we're
yeah,
in-
they were at the Barrow County house.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
We are in October of 2023.
Yes, they were definitely in Barrow County.
And so again, Colt should have been in the 8th grade. Did the defendant enroll him in the 8th grade in Barrow County?
No,
Did he attend any schools in the 8th grade?
no.
Now, when Colt went back to Barrow County and you were still in Ben Hill with Coley and Jenny, did you still have an open Defacs case?
Yes. My case manager had told me that the next time she saw me, she was going to close the case, because over the prior year, you know, I had been doing everything they wanted me to do. I had, you know, they were drug testing me the whole year long, hair follicle, urine tests, and I had been doing everything I was supposed to do.
What happened at that next visit where they were supposed to close the case?
So instead of closing the case, they gave me someone had called and made an anonymous report, and they drug tested me.
And did you pass or fail that
I
test?
failed that test.
When you failed the drug test, what happened?
When I failed the drug test, I guess it's the Saturday after my case manager got the results. She showed up. Actually, me and Jenny and Coley were spending the night at my parents' house because my parents, at that point in time, had gone on a trip to Virginia. And we would do that a lot, just spend the night at my parents' house because it was just kind of a fun thing to get out of the house, our house. And so we were there, and my case manager, Tamika Mitchum, showed up at their front door with Colin and Colt to basically tell me I had failed the drug test, and she was sending Jenny and Coley to live with their dad. And
at that point, did you have custody of any of your children?
Well, it wasn't a custody case at that time. They were just physically going to stay with their dad. It had not gone to the phase of addressing custody, with a judge or anything like that.
I guess none of them were living with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the defendant have kind of authority over them at that point?
Yes.
And were they all living in Barrow County at the Harrison Mill address?
Yes.
After you failed that drug test, did things go downhill for you?
Big time.
Tell us what happened.
Well, after the initial devastation of having them taken and sent with their dad, I, for one, was faced with the reality that Jenny and Coley were now living in the house with their dad, where things were horrific, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I started trying to reach out to Colin to set up visitations, because the case manager said that I was entitled to have as many supervised visitations.
Object to the hearsay as to what the case manager told her.
I think I understand your latest sustaining of the objection about hearsay related to explain conduct, but this is squarely within that. She is trying to set up visitation because she was told she was allowed to have visitation. So I do believe that fits within that exception.
I believe our harm is also very low, where the caseworker already testified to that, right?
I don't think the caseworker testified exactly to what she is saying.
I believe she testified that she was allowed to have visitation. So I think
she testified that visitation was up to the defendant, not that she had an absolute right to visitation. Visitation was at the right of the defendant.
I believe you're correct. Was she saying something different just then?
Yes.
I think we're splitting hairs. She wasn't prevented from seeing her children. So she could have visitation. She was allowed to have visitation. If it's up to the defendant, she's calling him to try to set that up. That's exactly what she's testifying to. Trying to act like she's saying something completely different is just not true. She is saying she's calling the defendant to set up the visitation because she was allowed to, and he is the one who has custody, so she has to go through him.
This victim testified that she was not entitled to visitation. Any visitation was to be done through the defendant based on his determination. Not that she had an absolute right to visitation.
That is a misinterpretation of what Ms. Mitchum testified to. She did not say she was not entitled to visitation. That is not what happened.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to remember what the Defacs worker, case manager testified to. I'm going to let the witness go ahead and answer, so.
So, I mean, I can rephrase.
No, he overruled the objection, so
Okay.
you were, I guess, where we're at.
There
is
was
you
no
were-
restrictions to me having visitation or seeing my children other than it needed to be supervised. She did say that I needed to schedule it with Colin. So I started reaching out immediately because, I wanted to see them as much as humanly possible. And it immediately became apparent, which I knew it would, that he was not going to communicate with me whatsoever. He had blocked my phone number, and I know that because I checked it the next time I saw him and had access to his phone. He basically refused to not only not let me see or speak to my kids, but he refused to speak to me himself. So my children were living somewhere where I knew was a nightmare for them. And now I can't get any sort of updates or any sort of contact with them. I tried to get my mother to reach out. She was met with the same obstacles. I reached out to Tamika, the case manager, asked her for her help. And the only thing she offered was transportation to see the kids. I told her, I don't need transportation. I need someone to facilitate some sort of communication between me and their father. And it just never happened. I couldn't get any help from anyone. At one point later in the month, I called in a wellness check with Barrow County just so I could have someone put their eyes on my children to make sure that they were still alive. And I also knew that none of them had been enrolled in school, so I couldn't verify through school that they were still breathing. And so then, I never did end up getting any kind of communication or updates or anything like that.
And what did that do to your mental health?
I basically had a complete nervous mental breakdown. I think as any good mother would, my kids were and still are my entire world. And to go from being in constant contact with my two younger children, for sure, to nothing. I felt like they had been kidnapped almost. I was just devastated. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. I was desperate. Desperation is a good word for what I was feeling.
What did you do after that?
So that led to, it was right after Halloween. I basically decided that I was going to drive to Barrow County and just physically go and knock on the door and say, what are you doing to me, to our kids? I want to kind of just see them. And so I was not in my right mind at the time. But I I went to my mother's house and I told her that what I was going to do, and I wanted her to go with me. Just to be another person, to be there to observe what takes place, and to be there, to support or take the kids, to McDonald's or something if I needed to talk things out with Colin, just to be there in general. And she knew that I was not in my right mind. And so she said, no, I'm not driving you to Wander. I'm not going with you. Which I had not expected. I never thought in a million years that she would say, no, I'm not going with you. And so I then was in a situation where I still am going. I'm still going to go. But now my mom knows I'm going, and I wasn't going to, drag her and force her into the car or anything. But I knew she would call Colin the second I left the house. And, then I'd never see the kids. It would be a wasted trip. So, in my messed up mind, somehow I decided that I'll just tape you to a chair, and then I'll have a friend of mine come over later to let you loose as soon as I have had time to make it to Wander and see the kids. This is obviously completely irrational and inexcusable behavior. But again, I was not in a rationally thinking state of mind at that point. So that's what I did, and drove to Wander. I actually got there on Friday, but it was late. It was dark, and I didn't want to go knocking on the door, late at night, and it, be made out to look like, oh, your mom's, banging on the door at all times of the night. So anyways, I slept in my car basically Friday night with the intention of going to talk to him Saturday morning, which is what I did. I'm not trying knocking on the door first, and nobody was coming. It was kind of early, especially for a Saturday. But I'd been there before, so I knew which bedroom was his. So I walked around to his bedroom window, and it was open. He sleeps with his bedroom window open a lot.
And are you referring to Colin?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
okay.
And so, but I didn't want to scare him, so I just kind of tapped on the window. And it was dark, looking from outside into the bedroom, but I could kind of see, the outline, and I could see that he sat up in bed. And I kind of knocked again because he didn't say anything. And he said, who is that? And I said, Coley, you know who this is? I'm your wife. I would like to see or talk to our kids, please. And then I saw little Coley jump up, excited because I was at the house, and he immediately tried to take off running because he wanted to come out and see me. And his dad told him, no, stay right where you're at. And so I said, you've blocked me from your life for the last month, and that's not fair. I would never do that to you. I'd like to see the kids. And he said, you can't, this is not right. You can't do it this way. You have to call and set up a time, and I'm calling the police. Get off my property. I'm calling the police if you don't leave right now. And I immediately I started crying, and I said, please don't do this. I've been trying to contact you for a month. You know that, and you know what you're doing, and it's not fair. It's not right to me or our kids. And but he didn't care. So he said, get off my property or I'm calling the police. And I knew he would. So I turned around and left. And I drove just down the street to the Dollar General and just sat there, just boohooing, not knowing what to do next. Because I didn't want to make any kind of scene or anything with the kids there. Not that I would make a scene anyway, but I didn't want to give him the opportunity to make it look like I was acting crazy or anything. So, a couple hours later, I had actually brought some of Jenny's electronics, some stuff that she used with her iPad and like an Apple Pencil and stuff that I wanted to leave with her because I knew she would want them. And so I decided to drive back to the house to just drop that off, which I did. I drove back and I didn't even bother knocking on the door. But I took all of her stuff and set it on the roof or the hood of Colin's truck. His work truck was there in the driveway. And turned around to leave, and I ended up keying the side of his truck, which is the first time I've ever done anything like that. But I just had so much just resentment and anger, and I wasn't going to do anything in front of our kids. And that was just, I was physically walking past the truck, and I had my keys in my car, and in my hand, and it just like happened. I was just like, and so I scratched a couple words in the side of his truck, and then got in my car, and I didn't try to go back after that.
And were you eventually arrested in Barrow County?
I was the next day. A couple hours, I guess, after I had keyed his truck, he was outside and he saw it. And so he called and made a police report.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce in the evidence exhibit 169 and 170, which are incarceration records for Miss Gray from Barrow County and then also Ben Hill. They just established the period of time that she was incarcerated. When we're displaying it, we've redacted her personal information so that it is not viewable from the screen.
You said there's 169 is record from Barrow and 170 is from Ben Hill?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hobson, you there?
Yes, sir.
169 and 170.
Thank you, Your Honor. And these are self-authenticating, so I'm just going to go ahead and display them for the jury. So we're going to start with Barrow County. The records show, Ms. Gray, that you were incarcerated from November 6th to December 22nd in Barrow County. Does that sound accurate? Okay. Before you left Barrow County, did you plead guilty?
Did I what?
Did you enter a guilty plea before you left the Barrow County Detention
Yes, I
Center?
took a plea.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce in the evidence state exhibit 208, which is Ms. Gray's plea of guilty to use of a license plate to conceal identity.
No objection. All right, 208 submitted.
And so ultimately, you pled guilty to the misdemeanor use of a license plate to conceal identity, and you received a 12-month sentence. Is that correct? Or I guess
No, I got, I used my first offenders for, there were several other charges besides the license plate.
I guess what the sentence actually has is just the use of a license plate to conceal identity. And then it has it as a 12-month sentence. And then during that 12 months, it shows that you were barred from Bexar County. Is that accurate?
That was one of the stipulations, but it actually, they made a modification to that.
And that was after September 4th?
Yes.
So once you pled guilty in Bexar County, did you then get transferred to Ben Hill County's detention center?
I did.
And was that related to the charges against your mother?
Yes.
And are those actually still open?
They are still open.
Sorry, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and display your incarceration records from Ben Hill. Okay. It shows as you being there from December 22nd to April 12th of 2024. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were released on April 12th. Is that why were you bonded out? Is that why you got released?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what were you supposed to do upon release from Ben Hill on April 12th of 2024?
With regards to like what my parents wanted me to do.
Yes. Where were you going to go?
Okay, so I had found a rehab facility, and I was going to go there.
And what rehab facility was that?
Oh, I forgot the name of it.
It's Promise of Hope.
Promise of Hope, yes,
And did you ultimately go to Promise of Hope?
I did. Yeah, I stayed home over the weekend just to visit with my parents, and then I went, I think, on that Monday.
And so, Your Honor, this time I'm going to introduce an evidence, State's Exhibit 171, which is Ms. Gray's attendance records at Promise of Hope.
No objection. All right, 171 submitted.
And Your Honor, these are self-authenticating, so I'm going to go ahead and publish them to the jury. So it indicates that you were at Promise of Hope from April 16th of 2024 until July 6th of 2024. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in that time frame, while you were incarcerated and then also in rehab, what kind of contact did you have with the defendant?
Most of that time period, most of the time period when I was incarcerated prior to rehab, I had no contact with him or the kids until maybe the last month, at which point he started doing FaceTime. They're not actually iPhone FaceTimes, but video calls. Was able to do those.
Yeah. And then did you ever get emails or anything from the defendant or your kids?
I did. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pull up what's previously been introduced in evidence as State Exhibit 111.13. Is that a poster that your family made for you?
It is.
Okay. Now I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 209. Do you recognize that?
Yep.
And what do you recognize that as?
This was an email from Colin met to Mandy, who was basically the owner of Promise of Hope. But it was basically a letter that he had written to me, but he sent it through the email, Mandy's email.
And did he attach pictures of that poster to it?
Yes,
And was that email sent to you on May 13th of 2024?
yes, ma'am.
And was that either Mother's Day or around Mother's Day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence state exhibit 209 and publish to the jury.
No objection.
All right, 209's admitted.
All right, so the subject was Marcy's Mother's Day. It was sent on May 13th, 2024 at 12:15 from Gray Coley 444 at gmail.com. And it says, Mandy, thank you so much for this. Pretty girl, we all love you and we are very proud of you. We can't wait until the day we can just hug you. Quick update, Coley Jr. made the honor roll for 2nd grade. Big Coley finally got my job with Kevin Price. Just be patient with Jenny Reen. She gets it honest. See you soon. I see you. And then let's display the attachments. Okay. And the next one. Okay. So while you are in treatment, they sent you something for Mother's Day. Did you eventually leave rehab?
I did.
And according to the records, that was on July 6th.
Mhm.
How did you leave?
Colin came and picked me up.
And when he came and picked you up, where did you go?
We went back to their house in Barrow County.
Now, at that point, did you move in to the Barrow County house?
I wouldn't call it moving in, but I did stay there for approximately 5 weeks.
And was it ever your intent to remain there permanently?
No, my intent was to find either a rehab or a sober living house close to them, like in Athens or something like that, and pursue that sort of living arrangement, or possibly my own apartment or something.
And at this point, you're still banned from Barrow County, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you moved to Barrow County, did you have a driver's license?
No.
Did you have a car
No,
with you in
no,
Barrow
no,
County?
no. I had no way of driving anywhere.
Did you have a cell phone?
No, although Colin gave me one of his old ones temporarily.
And was that a phone that Coley had been using?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And does Coley sometimes go by Boo Boo?
That's my nickname. I call him that.
Okay. And when you moved back to Ben Hill later on, did you then get your own phone?
Yes, at some point. Yeah.
So while you were living there, what were you doing during the day? Obviously, you didn't have a car and couldn't drive, so.
So I basically just went back into the role that I'd always had, which was, first I just went room by room and started cleaning, organizing, because the house was a disaster. So I did, that was several weeks worth of work. I also enrolled the kids in school because they were about to, was about to be school time, and their enrollment had not been started. I also did a couple other things. I put together a budget for Colin to try and start using, and set up his insurance. He was about to become eligible to sign up for insurance through his work. So I did all that. And just hung out with the kids basically until they started school.
And does August 1st sound right for when insurance started for your family?
Yeah, it would have been the beginning of the month. Yep.
And you mentioned you enrolled the kids in school. Did you enroll them under Colin's name? Yes, since they were living with him?
Yeah, I wouldn't have used my name because I was doing it. I think I was using his email and that sort of thing.
Okay. And so now at this point, I want to move to talking about Colt while he was in Barrow County. Did Colt have any friends that you were aware of in Barrow County?
Like at what
Like
what time?
in this time frame of July to August of 2024?
No.
When was the last time he had any friends that you were aware of?
The last time he had friends that I was aware of was when we lived in Statham before we sold our farm and started moving around.
So that would have been early elementary school.
Yes. Yeah. He had a really good friend back then. And he, when we were in Fitzgerald, in the little bit of time that he spent physically at school, he had a couple of, I guess you could call them friends, not friends to the point where they did anything like after school or anything, but he did really good in school up through elementary school. Never had any kind of issues, no behavioral issues once he got into elementary school and middle school. I mean, he was fairly normal.
Until middle school.
Until, yeah.
And so was in Barrow County, would he just stay at home for the most part?
Yes.
How was his mental health in that July, August timeframe while you're living with them?
So his mental health, I think with me being there, he had a lot more stretches of positivity. He always has liked just talking with me for long periods of time. His dad too, but if his dad's not at the house, then he can't do that with him. So he was really happy that he had me there to basically talk my ear off for hours at a time. And, but then, he would go from happy and positive to, anxiety, riddled with anxiety, easily agitated, very agitated, and could be aggressive. It was very obvious that he needed some professional help, especially with the anxiety, which he had been struggling with anxiety for a while.
Had the anxiety gotten worse?
From what I saw during that 5 weeks, definitely.
And did he have panic attacks?
I had never seen him have a full-on panic attack until I was staying with them during that time frame. And one night he had just a full-blown panic attack. I knew immediately what was happening because I've struggled with panic attacks towards the beginning of our marriage.
Who all was present for the panic attack?
Me, Colin, and Coley.
And what was Colt doing during this panic attack?
He had walked into the kitchen. His dad and little brother were standing in the kitchen. I was on the couch in the living room. And he walked in to the kitchen and said something and then started like crying, kind of like I don't know what you would call it, but he was crying out. And it scared the crap out of me because I didn't know what was going on. So I jumped up off the couch and ran into the kitchen. And he was standing up, but he was just kind of hunched over and crying out. And I just knew what was going on immediately because I knew he had been struggling with anxiety anyway. And so I went over to him and put my arms around him and said, come on. And so I walked him down the hall to the back bedroom where Colin and Coley were sleeping, and got him to lay down on the bottom bunk. They slept in bunk beds. Got him to lay down. And I said, I want you to just breathe with me. And so I laid down kind of beside him, but I was kind of holding him in the bed and just started counting and breathing with him. And he would breathe with me for a couple seconds, and then he'd start crying again. And then he'd breathe with me for a couple seconds, and then he'd cry again. And we laid there doing that for probably 10 minutes before he finally was able to relax and get it under control. At which point he almost immediately fell asleep. And so I just covered him up and went out of the bedroom, shut the door, and told Colin, don't go in the bedroom, leave him alone. He needs to sleep for as long as possible because he had not been sleeping very well either.
During that time frame when he's having the panic attack, did he ask for y'all to call 911?
That's what he said when he first walked in. Because I'd heard him say something, but I wasn't sure what, because I was in a different room. And then he immediately started with the crying thing. But yes, apparently that's what the first thing he asked for.
And then do you remember the date that it happened?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm going to show you some text messages to see if it refreshes your recollection about the
Okay.
date. You can kind of look at those and tell me if based on those, if you remember the date that it happened.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so these are from me.
Yes.
Looks like maybe to my sister. I'm not sure who that's to.
Does Jenny sound familiar? From you to Jenny?
Yeah, I know I texted her about it.
And based on those text messages, what date did the anxiety attack happen?
Looks like the 19th.
Of July?
Yes.
Okay. So
is this a good jury?
Yeah.
This is good.
Perfect time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break.
Marcy, do you need a bathroom break? Yeah, you can go down.
All right, we'll be in recess.
apparently during the break, we found out that the photograph that was put up of the children apparently was put on the internet pretty quickly. Didn't admonish that these, I think everybody should have known any child should not be photographed and put on the news, but apparently that's what happened. We could give a further admonition not to do that.
You concur, Ms. Brooks, or?
Yes, I think that would be the court's ruling related to juveniles.
Yeah, and I realize how that happened. We didn't give any specific instruction or anything. In as much as it wasn't a child on the stand, but we are not going to put images of the children. We're not going to broadcast those for the internet, so just be mindful of that, and if you're unclear, ask, and we'll address it. All right, first you bring the group back in if they're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Don't be. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
All right, Ms. Gray, so we are in July of 2024 and Colt just had a panic attack. At this time, where did Colt feel comfortable sleeping?
So at this time, and when I first got there, he preferred to sleep, or he was sleeping on the floor in Jenny's bedroom closet,
Okay.
not on any kind of cushion, just on the carpet.
And did you provide him something to sleep on in that closet?
I did. I took some memory foam that I found in the laundry room and cut it up and lined the closet with the memory foam. And then I also put some in his bedroom.
Okay. After this panic attack, did you start Colt on any medication?
I did, Zoloft.
Okay. And at this time, I am going to publish a text thread between you and the defendant from State's Exhibit 156 from July 24th.
No issues.
No, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so you, at 5:34 p.m. on July 24th, that second one, he said, I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up. And the defendant's response was K. So does July 24th sound accurate around the time you started him on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have a prescription for Zoloft?
No, ma'am, he didn't.
How did that come about?
The decision to start him on it.
Yes.
I had been taking Zoloft for over a decade, and for basically the same issues that he was having. And I had talked to him about trying it. I talked with Colin and with my mom about the decision to try him on it. And we decided to go ahead and try him on it because we had not gotten insurance yet. And that was kind of one of the big holdups. So I was on a relatively high dose. And so I knew from just talking with my psychiatrist and, just researching it myself, what the initial starting dose for, well, really anybody, but specifically a child, would be. And so I just started him on that super low dose.
And how would he get it? Would you give it to him, or did he have access
While
to it?
I was there, I would give it to him.
And do you know where the Zoloft was kept
While I was there,
while you were there? Yes.
in my purse.
So you mentioned during your testimony earlier that it was clear that Colt needed professional help. At this point in the time frame where he's had the panic attack, you're giving him Zoloft. What kind of help did you think he needed?
I felt like, especially after the panic attack happened, I felt like he needed some sort of inpatient crisis type help, where he could go in, be observed for a certain amount of time by a team of doctors who could then put together some sort of treatment plan for him. And that's the type of help that I researched, and that's the type of help that I told everyone that I felt like he needed. And Colt, I talked to him in detail about it many times, and he was excited. He was on board with it. He wanted to go somewhere where he could stay there for a certain amount of time and get help.
Was the defendant supportive of getting Colt into therapy or counseling or inpatient treatment?
In general, he didn't usually have a whole lot to say about it, but there were multiple occasions where I tried to talk to him about it, and his initial reaction was always, well, what if there's nothing wrong with him? What if he's just messed up? What if he's just a piece of crap person? Then what are we going to do? And I said, well, for one, as his mother, I know that there's something that he's dealing with. He's got issues. He needs help. That's not even a question in my mind. But if we do go somewhere and they say, there's nothing we can do or whatever, then we'll find another doctor until we find him the help he needs. But I was not happy with the reaction that I got most of the time when I would try to talk to the defendant about getting Colt help.
At any point, kind of over the years, had he been supportive of trying to get Colt into therapy?
No.
And why not?
Different reasons. I mean, nothing that really I felt was a valid reason. I think in general, the defendant just didn't want to deal with it. He just wanted to not pay attention to it and hope it would go away. And also, I personally think that he was afraid that Colt was going to go and talk about what the defendant was doing.
Speculation objection, what's your response?
I think if she, based on her interactions with the defendant and her discussions with him and her observations of him, I think she can say why he didn't want to get Colt into therapy. I think speculation is when you don't have a basis for your testimony, but she lived with him for over a decade and she tried to get Colt into therapy and she was there when the defendant had discussions with her about that. So I do think that she has a basis for why the defendant did not want to get Colt into therapy or counseling or inpatient treatment.
And what's your answer to the question?
My personal opinion is that he was afraid that Colt would go in and start talking about the emotional, mental abuse that he was suffering at the hands of the defendant.
I've got more objections now.
Go ahead.
So that would be character, which the state and I discussed before we did this, and I don't think the state knew that answer was coming. I think I'd like to make a motion outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the time being, I'm going to ask you this. One, step out, but two, disregard the last answer, strike it. Your notes and go ahead.
Yes, sir. Judge, at this point, we would move for a mistrial. The witness has put the defendant's character into issue. She stated that he was physically abusive and mentally abusive as part of her speculative answer as to why, in her opinion, that the defendant was against mental health treatment. She said that in the presence of the jury. As the court knows, they're not allowed to introduce character evidence, specifically bad character evidence, unless we open the door to it, which we have not. And under 24404A, evidence of a person's character or a trait of a character shall not be admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith. So based on all that, Judge, we move for a mistrial.
Rose.
So bad character evidence would be related to something different from what he is charged with. So he is charged with having warning signs related to Colt, which included his deteriorating mental health condition, his violent tendencies, his school shooter obsession. There's going to be testimony that the defendant and Colt were physically aggressive with one another. He says it in his statement that Colt would bull rush him and strike him and that he would hold him down. And Jenny will testify to physical fights between the two of them. And that is directly related to the charges that he is facing. And I think she said mental and verbal abuse is off of Colt. She did not say of herself, which is what Mr. Hobbs' initial objection was when we discussed it, that she could not talk about the defendant's treatment of her, which she is not. And that is what I admonished her on. You cannot talk about the defendant's treatment of you, and she has not done that. She hasn't violated any sort of admonition from the state. Miss Daniel wrote the quote down, emotional and mental abuse at the hands of the defendant is what she said. Again, I think that goes directly to what we're on trial for. So it certainly isn't a mistrial. Additionally, it was the court that asked her to say her answer. The state didn't elicit it at that time. So this is certainly not some grounds for mistrial. Again, I made my argument already about she has a basis for why he didn't want to get treatment. She's made statements about what he actually told her about not wanting to get treatment, which is that, what if our son is just messed up? which is essentially kind of along the lines of he doesn't want him to go in and tell people what's going on in their house. And that's what she's saying. He doesn't want him to get treatment for his son because he doesn't want Colt to tell people what's going on inside the house. And him not getting treatment for his son is directly related to why he is charged. Like, granting a mistrial on this would be completely out of line.
Anything else, Mr. Howard?
No, Judge.
All right, so I'm gonna deny the motion for mistrial. It doesn't change any prejudice to the defendant. I invited the response as opposed to the state. I'm gonna instruct the jury that they would disregard her statement that she believed it was because Colin was abusive to Colt. And again, the issue here is, the overall issue is, what was Colt going through? What was Colt's mental health? What did Colin know in this relevant period of time? If it were true that Colin were physically abusive or mentally abusive to Colt, to me that doesn't necessarily shed light on the critical issues. And again, it may flesh out differently with other evidence. But I'm going to tell the jury to disregard the statement that she believed it was because Colin was abusive to Colt. Tell them that that is speculative and inadmissible at this time, and disregard it, and we'll see what happens with later evidence. All right, bring it back to you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to disregard the witness's last response about speculating as to why she claims Colin did not want Colt to get counseling, specifically with regard to her stating that she thought Colin would be worried that Colt would be dealing with abuse. It's inadmissible at this time. I'm going to ask you to disregard that, do not consider it for any purpose. All right, go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right, so you mentioned when you started Colt on Zoloft, that one of the kind of big obstacles for getting a prescription for Zoloft was you needed insurance. You testified earlier that insurance, you got it around August 1st. At that point, did the defendant become more supportive of getting him to counseling once y'all had insurance?
No.
Okay. All right. And then kind of fast forward a little bit. You testified earlier that you ended up getting, I guess, all the kids registered for school that year.
Just Jenny and Coley.
And then Colt eventually, I guess he started later.
He did, yeah.
Okay.
We ran into issues. I ran into issues because of him not attending school the year prior.
I'm going to, at this point, introduce or display for the jury, which is from State's Exhibit 156, which is the defendant's cell phone extraction. It's text message thread between Ms. Gray and the defendant from August 12th.
Any?
No objection. No, sir.
Okay. And you texted the defendant, we officially have a registered ninth grader. Would that be the date that you registered Colt for ninth grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So now I want to talk a little bit more about Colt. In this time frame, or even before this time frame, did he ever express an interest in mass shootings or school shootings or the individuals who perpetrated those shootings?
He had.
Tell me about that.
He generally, I wouldn't call it an obsession. And at the time, I likened it to my own interest, I guess, in like true crime, serial killer type shows that are really popular. He never showed an interest in a way that led me to believe that he was idolizing anyone or wanting to follow in their footsteps or anything like that. It was just because typically what he would talk to me about would be like their home life or, you know, what their interests were. And this was all pretty much conversations that were had right there towards the end, like right before the shooting happened. We watched a lot of documentaries, him and I specifically. But there was no definite focus on just school shooter documentaries or anything like that.
These conversations that he would have, would they be out in the open?
Yeah.
Would the defendant ever be around for them?
I'm sure he was, yeah.
And you said that they started becoming more prevalent closer in time to the shooting?
Well, I won't say, I can't really say if they were more prevalent. It was just, you know, because I had not been there before. So I don't know how prevalent they were prior to that 5-week period that I was there.
And then, do you remember having a conversation with GBI agents kind of about his discussions about school shooters right after the shooting?
I remember being interviewed by the GBI. I can't remember exactly what all we talked about.
I completely understand. Do you remember, though, talking to them about Colt having developed or having discussed one particular shooter in recent months?
Nicholas Cruz
Okay.
was the one that I remembered that name specifically.
Did Colt ever make any references to wanting to look like a school shooter or to dress like one?
I don't remember him specifically saying anything that he wanted to look like them. I know he talked about their looks, but from what I remember, it was typically almost kind of like making fun of them or, you know, their crazy hair or whatever.
Do you remember in that same GBI interview talking about a specific discussion you had with him where he joked about completing his school shooter outfit?
I do. He was talking about a vest. His dad buying him a vest. And he said it in what I thought was a joking manner, because he was laughing. And I mean, I would never think that it would be anything other than a joke, but he said something, he was talking about getting the vest, and he said, yeah, I've got to finish my school shooter outfit or something like that. Or Dad's got to finish my school shooter outfit. And I think I said, like, that's not very funny. And of course he was like, oh, it's fine. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around.
During this time frame, July to August of 2024, did he have an interest in firearms?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I know it was a shared interest that him and his dad, they would go to shooting ranges to practice, and they had gone deer hunting. And so, like I said, it was a shared thing that between them, I guess, kind of like a bonding thing. And I think that was the start of it, I guess. But then as he got more items, I guess you could call them, he got more interested in it. And to the point where when I was there for that 5-week period, he was just involved with his gun a lot. Like, he would clean it all the time, and he was always asking his dad to take him to the shooting range and that sort of thing. He definitely had an obvious interest in guns.
When you say he was cleaning it all the time, where did did Colt have his own rifle?
Yeah, the rifle that his dad bought him for Christmas, that Christmas.
And where did he keep it? Where did Colt keep it?
When I was there, it was generally in his bedroom.
Do you remember where in his bedroom?
I really didn't go in his bedroom, but I mean, he didn't have anywhere really to set it, so I guess it was like leaned up against the wall, or when he would clean it, he would sit at his desk, because I could walk down the hall and look in and see that he was cleaning it.
So I want to turn your attention to August 15th of 2024. Did you and Colt have a physical altercation over the gun that day?
Yes.
Or I guess regarding the gun. Can you tell me about that?
So I was initially just trying to talk to him about the gun. I wanted him to just put it away because he had been carrying it around, and he didn't want to hear it. And so he was walking away from me, and he walked into his bedroom, and I was walking behind him, and I stopped at his doorway because I wasn't going to follow him into his bedroom. And I said, just give me the gun. I'm going to put it up. And I was standing right behind him, and he said, get out of my room. And I said, I'm not in your room, Colt. I just let me have the gun. I'm going to put it up for a little while. And he turned around, and just kind of in one big sweeping motion, kind of hit me with his arm / gun. But he hit me very hard enough that it knocked me backwards across the hall. And there's a bathroom directly across from his bedroom in the hall. And he knocked me into that door frame. I ended up hitting my head on the door frame. and basically fell to the floor because I hit it really hard. And I laid there for a couple minutes, and then ended up getting up and just going back to the bedroom, to Colin's bedroom, and laying down.
I'm going to show you a picture, and go ahead. It's from State's Exhibit 150, which is Colt's cell phone extraction, and we're going to display that for the jury. Can you tell us what that is a picture of?
That's me after I fell to the ground, and I was just laying there with my hands over my head and over my eyes before I got up to go lay down.
When you went to lay down, or after that, did you call the defendant and tell him what happened?
I don't think so. I didn't talk to him about it really at all.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you leave Barry County kind of close in time to that fight?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what prompted you leaving.
There was a number of reasons. Over the 5 weeks that I was there, my anxiety had started going up, like I knew it would. And that's why I'm not planning on staying there long term. And so it was getting to a point where, I had the kids enrolled in school, insurance was set up, and I really needed to find myself somewhere else to live. That was not with Colin. And I felt like I could get it done better and faster if I was not in that house with him. So I called my parents and asked them to come get me, which they did. I just felt like it was to a point where I felt like things were okay. So they were settled, at least I had the kids seeing outside adults at that point. And I had planned on coming back in a relatively short amount of time to make sure Colt went to see someone, and B, just to see my kids again.
So kind of summarize, August 16th, the next day after the fight, you go home. Before you go home, what do you do with the Zoloft?
So before I left, I had taken a certain quantity of my Zoloft, and it required me to break the tablets in half and then in half again for the dose to be small enough. So I took a bunch and went ahead and broke them down so that Colin wouldn't have to worry with that. And then on our way out of town, we stopped by his workplace, his work job site.
And by his, again, do you mean the defendant?
Colin's. And I had it in a Ziploc bag, and I gave it to him.
Okay. Close in time to this fight, did you have any discussions with the defendant about storing or securing the rifle that was in Colt's room?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
This actually came up multiple times. And ultimately, I asked him if he would just take the guns and put them in his truck, because the large gun safe that we had always had when we were married, or for most of our marriage, was not there anymore. And he kept saying, well, they're in the top of my closet. And I said, that's not good enough. You know, you might as well say, well, they're under my bed. They need to be locked somewhere. And so I thought the best answer, without him having to go out and spend money on a new gun safe, was to lock them in his truck. And initially he said he would.
Okay. And circling back to Colt's anxiety issues, earlier you mentioned that you wanted to get him into an inpatient treatment place. At this time, I'm going to display some text messages between you and the defendant from State's Exhibit 156 from August 21st of 2024.
Commissioners, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
Right, and we're going to bring up that second text message. Okay, so it says it's from My Pretty. Was that what Colin called you?
He called me pretty girl.
Okay. And then on August 21st at 4:38 p.m., you texted him, this is what Colt needs right now. They take our insurance and we will go there until he is stabilized and they figure out a treatment plan. And then the next message. This is where you sent the defendant the website for Advantage Behavioral Health Systems, Crisis Stabilization. And that was at that same time of 4:38. And then you said, I tried to send it to Colt, but I guess he's blocked my number now. And that was at 4:44. So was there a time period you weren't able to talk to Colt while?
It was very short, like maybe a couple days.
Okay.
But I did end up sending that link to him and we talked about it a good bit. And he was, like I said, he was excited about it.
And we'll get to, I think, those text messages in a minute, but on August 21st, when you sent that to the defendant, was that the inpatient treatment place you wanted to get Colt into?
Yes,
And where was it located?
in Athens.
Okay. Okay. And when you sent that to the defendant, did he ever respond or follow up with anything related to that?
No.
When did you plan on taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral?
So initially, we tried to set up several different times, but my mom had gone up and she was going to go with Coley to take Colt, but she ended up breaking her hand and had to come home. So I think that was on like a Wednesday or Thursday. Well, that Saturday, the defendant and I had been planning all week for me to come up to visit the kids, and primarily on that Saturday to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral in Athens. We had been talking about it really ever since I left. We had planned on doing some fun stuff, with the kids. And my mom and I had called Advantage Behavioral, talked to them to find out, as far as intake of patients, what we needed to do, who needed to be there. And so everything was ready. And then
and we'll get to that. I got a few
Sure,
more things before.
sorry.
So the plan was August 31st, that Saturday. And you mentioned that your mom came up that week. Did something happen at school that week that prompted your mom driving up there and y'all kind of wanting this to happen?
Something, my mom had a conversation with Colt about, I think, having a panic attack at school. For me, I mean, the urgency had always been there. I won't say that anything specific happened to make it more important. But, you know, when she broke her hand and had to come home, I was expecting before she came home, I was expecting Colt to have gone somewhere, be somewhere getting help. And so when she came home and wasn't able to do that, I'd say my urgency as far as getting up there Saturday to take him somewhere, it went up at that point for sure.
Okay. So on August 26th, I'm going to display some text messages between you and Colt from State's Exhibit 159, which is your cell phone extraction.
Any issues with your knowledge?
Judge, we would just object to the messages that are from Colt as hearsay.
And I believe, I don't know which ones he's talking about, but a lot of the text messages are related to his mental health and would come in under the then existing mental and impression.
I see.
I can't remember the exact wording of it, but that hearsay exception.
Testing.
Oh, yes. We're not gonna display that one.
He's on
That one's not.
it. So you're not on this one.
Just this. Maybe we'll display some of these, not the ones that are just generic, but the ones that talk about maybe.
Others.
This particular text. I'll take those three again. Mark the truth about it, sort of to show the security and mental condition. And also, come in context to talk about how to show that. Mark.
Let me just have y'all step out. And then
Condition.
all right. That's the So various extractions, there's 158, 159 and such.
Mhm.
The individual pages that are being displayed, is there a sort of a subset numbering for them or not?
No, so in preparing for this trial, we determined it would be very confusing to try to do that. So instead, the notebooks that we've created are organized by time and type of message and type of information. So Stacy at 158 has a tab for, say, 828 and has a tab for text messages that we're introducing. So they're all it's very easy to locate them in the notebook, but we just thought it was going to be too confusing to try to actually number them.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, just for purposes of the record, so, and I guess my view of it is you've got the phone extraction, you've laid the foundation for the phone extraction. But then individual parts of the extractions may be admissible and other parts may not. Something may be irrelevant or something may call for hearsay. So if we're admitting or excluding, just for the record, how will the appellate court?
Well, I think the binders are, like I said, they are notated by date and type of information. So these text messages are under State's Exhibit 158 in section August 28th under text messages. So if there is a particular, and I think you can notate it by the page number at the bottom, and also by the time of the text message for the appellate record.
Are there, and I noticed, the page numbers. In the notebook, are there any, are all the page numbers sequential, or for instance, are there 2 number 1s in there at all, or?
So within each section, there may be 2 number 1s. But if you want, I mean, I have all of the text messages that I've introduced also separated. So if you want to make me to make a packet out of these and say for court's record, 1, we can do that, and we can put like a X over what wasn't displayed to the jury if you want to make it.
I'm not attempting to create extra work for you.
I understand. And we try to simplify it, like I said, because we didn't want to have 700 exhibits. So we did our best to make it easily accessible and simplified.
All right. So for the first group, I was handed August 26th. There's 2 pages, just 1 response from Colt. And my understanding is from that one, you're not displaying that.
We're not going to display that message. It will be just the ones where she's sending him the messages about advantage behavioral.
Okay. And the second subset, or second set, is also August 26th, pages 5 through 9. Some Colt's responses, that's really good, so proud of you. I don't know that those are.
No objection to that particular test.
The third one, acute mania sucks. You have an issue with that one, Mr. Hobbs? Or?
Just in that we believe it's being admitted into evidence to prove that he was suffering from acute mania.
And the purpose of admitting that, one, would be to explain Marcy's text message where she later says that she heard about acute mania from the defendant. So it goes directly to what the defendant knew. So we have to have that message as context for that text message. And again, I do believe in addition to that, it would be admissible under the hearsay exception for then existing mental condition, because it is showing his existing state of mind, his mental condition, that he believes he has acute mania. we're not introducing to prove he does have acute mania. He wasn't ever evaluated to show whether or not he had that. But his texting of it shows that he definitely has a deteriorating mental state. And then again, it puts in context when Marcy says, hey, your dad told me about it. And the whole defense is that the dad didn't know anything. So I think it would be 100% relevant.
All right, you're saying that Mr. Gray told her somewhere in here that,
She responds to Colt's text, because Colt is like, how do you know about acute mania? And she's like, your dad told me about it. Like, your dad talked to me about it. So it's a prior consistent statement of hers regarding that. It's something that she is discussing at that time. And so we believe that text message puts it in context, and we do believe the other text message would be admissible for that purpose.
all right, so it's certainly not admissible to prove that Colt has acute mania. You know, my interpretation of the hearsay exception for then existing mental emotional condition is like a describing of mental pain or physical pain, sort of like what we saw with the original messages from Colt. This one is more just in line of he's just having a regular conversation and discusses it. I'm gonna overrule the objection so long as you pause or have me point out to the jury it's not being offered to prove that
Yes.
it in fact has acute mania. I just, my concern is that we have a lot of statements from someone who is not taking a witness stand, where there are potential dual purposes for the admission or exclusion of the statement. I just want to make sure that we're not running into prejudice substantially outweighing the probative purpose of it. I don't know that, and again, I just will be consistent here, but on page 9, I have a concern with Colt's response there.
I don't have a copy of that. You have my copy, so can you?
Yeah, I have a list on my computer of every self-diagnosed disorder I'm likely on the spectrum to have.
Yeah, in that list of text messages, I think the only texts I'm going to show are where he says acute mania and where he asks Marcy if she has prior knowledge or if Mamu told her, and her response, which was, I have prior knowledge and your dad told me. Those are the 3 text messages, I believe, from that spread that we were going to show. Are those in? So I don't think I was going to show any other ones because that was the main point of that, is showing that she's communicating with the defendant.
Okay, so there's one that says, but your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it.
Yes, that one.
So I would the message below that I would exclude, which is the one I have a list on my computer.
Yes.
Every self-diagnosed disorder. Do you know what on the third packet, do you know what there's like a screenshot of some image? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is.
I definitely.
And in that grouping of text messages, I believe the text message we wanted to get into was where he talks about his teachers. Because we have a text thread with Marcy and the defendant where Marcy tells the defendant he told me about his teachers. So it shows that they're communicating.
So the text,
Yes, yes.
I don't know if you have it in front of you. There are people after me and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me.
And again, we are not offering that for the truth.
The teachers
Yeah,
were in fact
no.
plotting against me. We're trying to hurt me.
Nonetheless, as the court pointed out, there are dual purposes that can be taken from the messages. We would still object to that particular text message coming into evidence, as it does seem to cast light on his existing mental state, without obviously giving us a chance to cross-examine him.
I'm going to overrule the objection on that one. To me, that is non-hearsay. All right, I'm going to return this back to you. And then after we go through these, you probably ought to take one for it.
Okay.
You can bring the jury back. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go through a few messages and then we'll take one.
All right. So I believe we were at the point where we're going to display some text messages. I'm going to start with text messages from States Exhibit 159. They're located in the August 26th section under text messages, and they are between Marcy Gray and Colt Gray. So you texted Colt on August 26th at 3:35. Hey, Colty, it's Mama. I just realized I had the wrong number for you. Daddy called and told me what's going on. Me and Mambo are going to do whatever we have to help. And then you go on, Mamu is going to drive up tomorrow. And then at 3:38, you say, I sent this to you last week, not realizing I had the wrong number. It's an inpatient treatment in Athens, like we talked about several times. And you kind of said you wanted to try. And then you have the URL for Advantage Behavioral listed. I know earlier you testified that you had sent that information to Colt, is that when you sent him the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, had you and the defendant talked about acute mania as related to Colt?
Yes.
And what had the defendant told you?
He had just told me about Colt telling him about it, and he also told me about what Colt had told him about his teachers.
Okay. And I'm going to show what also from State's Exhibit 159 from the August 26th section in text messages. And we're going to start with a text message from Colin Gray to you at 3:47, where he says, "Acute mania sucks."
And listener, just understand that's a message, as I understand it from Colt. It does not, it's not being offered to prove that he in fact has acute mania, just words he said.
Okay. And at 3:47, you respond, "Acute mania is no joke." And then at 3:48, Colt says, "Did Mahmoud tell you, or do you have prior knowledge?" And at 3:50, you respond, "But your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it since then." So it sounds like you and the defendant are talking about Colt's mental condition, is that, or mental health, is that accurate?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You mentioned the defendant also talked to you about Colt's teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to display some text messages from August 28th, which was also from your cell phone extraction. It says Exhibit 159, and they are in the August 28th section under text messages. And there is a text message from Colt to you at 1:52. Colt says, "There are people after me and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me." Okay. And then from the defendant's cell phone extraction, State's Exhibit 156 from August 28th. Under the text message section, there's some text messages between you and the defendant. We're going to go ahead and display those. So at 10:16, the defendant texts you, "Hey, did you make contact with?" And you respond, "Not with my Mahmoud, but I'm texting with Colt. He told me about his teachers." So you there tell the defendant that Colt told you about his teachers. Was what Colt told you consistent with what the defendant had said was going on with his teachers?
Yeah, it was almost identical. When the defendant told me about it originally, he asked me not to tell Colt that I knew that he had shared it with me because he didn't want him to be upset.
Okay. And Your Honor, those were the text messages you wanted me to make it through.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock. Your food's here, we're closed, so we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break until 1 o'clock. All right? We'll discuss the case, and I'll look up anything. We too will be in recess.
Okay.
The certified prior, you set it down in here, you still need it.
No. We've gone through again kind of the remainder of the text messages, and I've shown him the specific ones we're introducing. I don't think he has an objection, but I could be wrong.
The majority, there's one that's also along the lines of him describing how he's feeling, where he states Colt states it's getting worse, had to take another, I don't remember the rest of it.
I'll make it to school trust.
Thank you.
I'll make it to school, is that what you said?
I'll make it to school. And what was the date on that? Just to go
That was August 29th.
August 29th.
Um,
So we would do the same, just to be consistent, same hearsay objection on that in terms of not being able to cross in about exactly what that means, his condition, all that kind of stuff.
And for the record, it's at 2:27 p.m. that day. Marcy texts, "How do you feel today, Colty?" And then he doesn't respond. And at 6:37, she says, "You out there, Colty?" And he responds at 6:38, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school trust." And then there's some other text messages that we won't display. And then Marcy says at 6:42 p.m., Mamu is going to bring me back up there on Saturday for a few days. That place I sent you in Athens is open on Saturdays. So if you feel up to it, we could go check it out. So again, the purpose is to show that he's feeling worse, to show an existing mental condition, and then her response. It also puts her response in context about why she wants to take him to that facility on Saturday.
All right, so is the state contending that one qualifies as the hearsay exception?
Yes, I mean, I think it does qualify as a hearsay exception, and then also it would be admissible to put in context Marcy's response about wanting to take him to an inpatient treatment. And it specifically is about how he is feeling that day.
I see.
Yeah. Is this circled one? There's another text where she says, "How do you feel today?" And he says, "Not so good." I don't, have a preference on which one we show. I just want to show one of those. So if you find that less prejudicial, that's fine.
So the only one from this packet, I'm just looking at what's been circled, is the one on the first page of
Correct.
Colts that you mentioned there.
Yes.
I do believe that qualifies the hearsay exception for the existing emotional physical condition. 8033. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so on August 28th, you and Cole were texting about how he thought his teachers were plotting against him. And then we moved to August 29th, the next day. Was Cole doing better or worse that day, or the same?
I don't remember off the top of my head without looking at my text.
I'm gonna go ahead and display what is from State Exhibit 159, which is Marcy Gray's cell phone extraction from the date August 29th, starting at 2:27 p.m. So you text Colt, how do you feel today, Colty? At 2:27, he doesn't respond, and you text about 4 hours later at 6:37, and this is actually UTC time, so this would be 10:27 and 2:37. So you text, you out there, Colty? And then he responds, yeah, I'm here, sorry, it's just getting worse, had to take another, I'll make it to school, trust. And then you send him a text at 6:42. Mamu is going to bring me back up here on Saturday for a few days. That place I sent you in Athens is open on Saturdays. So if you feel up to it, we could check it out. So I guess he tells you things are getting worse, and then you send him another text about going to Athens Behavioral on Saturday.
Yes.
Is that accurate? All right. So that Thursday, after you text with him, did you try to call the school?
Yes. The school was closed on that Friday, I think. And so I had planned on calling and talking to Lisa, the guidance counselor, her guidance counselor, his guidance counselor. And I did call, and I got a hold of her, and I was just basically going to give her an overview of what had been going on with Colt, what our plans were, and just to make sure that she was aware of what was going on. And I did get a hold of her. She was in the middle of talking with another parent, and I said, well, it's very important that I talk to you today. I don't want it to wait till next week. She said, give me your phone number and I'll call you back. I promise. She never called me back.
And I'll go ahead and display those phone calls from the timeline from August 29th from your cell phone extraction. Looks like there was you called twice and you spoke to her one time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So that was Thursday the 29th. On Saturday the 31st, you were planning on taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral. At this point, were you still living in Fitzgerald?
Yes, I was staying in Fitzgerald.
Had you been in Fitzgerald ever since August 16th?
Yes.
Okay. And Colin, did he have all of the children up here in Bexar County in his custody?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what the plan was for you getting to Bexar County to go to Athens Advantage Behavioral.
So originally my mom was going to drive up to wander with me. She broke her hand. So that plan was off the table. And so I had asked her if she would maybe meet Colin halfway so he wouldn't have to drive all the way down to Fitzgerald. At first she was going to do that, but again, her hand was really bad. And so I ended up asking Colin if he would drive the whole way to come and get me. again, we had been planning all kinds of activities and stuff that we were going to do with the kids. Then we we're going to go to the Athens crisis on Saturday. And then out of nowhere, really Friday night, Colin's mood completely changed. He was not really even wanting to talk about the weekend. Then Saturday morning, he basically said he wasn't going to come get me. He didn't have money for gas, even though we had planned on doing all of these things that cost money, as well as my mom was always giving him gas money. So gas wasn't an issue. I don't know what the issue was, honestly. But he said he wasn't coming to get me, and then he went silent. He, again, with no texts, no calls. I was talking to the kids on their phones all weekend, but he basically ignored me the rest of the weekend.
And you indicated that Friday night when y'all were talking, his mood changed. Did y'all get into kind of a verbal disagreement about something?
Yeah, I think I want to say the guns came up again. The storage or putting away of the guns.
And when you say that came up again, does that mean you were talking to him about putting the guns up again?
Well, I asked if they were put up, and because he had said he was going to put them up. By put up, I mean lock them in his truck. And when I asked him about them, he got really defensive and angry, and basically said no, they weren't locked up. And I said, if you don't lock them up, I'm going to call in another wellness check with Barrow County. I'm going to have Boo Boo go in your bedroom and look and see if the guns are still in the top of the closet or whatever, out on the dresser. And of course that he didn't like that. So I'm sure that played into why he didn't want to come get me on Saturday.
And at this time, I'm going to display text messages from August 31st that morning between you and the defendant. They are in the August 31st tab of State's Exhibit 156 under text messages. So you send the defendant a text message at 10:24 that says, about to leave Fitz. Mamu isn't coming to stay because my daddy's birthday is tomorrow. Can you and Boo meet us halfway so she doesn't have to drive all the way up and back in one day with a broken hand? And then there was a phone call after that between you and the defendant. Is that where y'all talked, where he gave the gas money excuse?
Probably, I'm not sure. I'm not absolutely sure what was said during that
And
conversation.
then at 11:46, you send another text message to the defendant, or 11:35, that says, so that's it. You were prepared to spend money on gas and everything else to go to Lake Blue Ridge, but you can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours and pick me up. That's BS, and you know it. And then at 2:01 p.m. that same day, you say, I can't believe how selfish you're being. Me and Boo have literally been counting down the days for 2 effing weeks till I could come visit. I would never have done this to you. And then on September 1st at 1:01 p.m., you say, why are you doing this? And then on September 2nd, at 9:46, you say, are you just going to keep ignoring me? At least let me know y'all are okay. And then he responds on September 3rd at 7:31. Hey, sorry, just trying to keep everyone and everything together and calm. It's not the easiest thing, but I want you to talk to Boo regardless, okay? So between when you were supposed to go down that Saturday and that text message on September 3rd, did he contact you at all?
No.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you, up until that August 31st, you and the defendant had been communicating about your concerns about Colt and his concerns about Colt?
Yes.
Okay. That weekend, August 31st, did the defendant take Colt to Advantage Behavioral?
No.
Now we're going to move to September 4th, the day of the shooting. Were you again still in Ben Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to the defendant that morning of September 4th?
Yes.
And what happened when you talked to him?
He basically told me that Colt had sent him some strange text messages. I told him I had not gotten any text messages from Colt, and so he sent me what Colt had sent him. At the time, I was in the car with my mom. I don't even remember what we were doing, but I shared them with her, and from there, we just kind of discussed what the text messages were, and I wanted, to find out what was going on quickly, because reading the text messages, just like he could tell, I could tell there was a tone to it, and they were like kind of really short, and they weren't normal Colt texts. So you could tell something was not right. So I tried texting Colt, I think first. Couldn't get a response. I never actually got a text from Colt himself until after I had started trying to call the school and talk to the school.
And when you called the school, were you able to talk to somebody?
Yes.
And who did you talk to?
I talked to Miss Lisa, his guidance counselor that I called on Thursday the week before.
And at this time, I'm going to display that phone call from State Exhibit 159, Marcy Gray's cell phone extraction, and it's from the timeline portion of that exhibit. So you call the school at 9:50 a.m. and speak to Miss Butler for 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what y'all talked about.
Well, she started out by apologizing. She said that in the 30 minutes that she was with the other parents, that prior Thursday, she had misplaced my phone number. So then I went ahead and just kind of covered some of what had been going on with Colt, told her about the anxiety, told her about some of the issues between him and his dad. I told her a number of different things. I actually had a list written in a notebook that I had at the time. And then she went on to tell me that basically it was ironic that I had called her because his first period teacher had sent her an email saying that Colt had been asking questions about active shooter drills. This, like I said, was in the period prior to where he was at that time. When she told me that, I said, okay, well, we need to cut this phone call off right now, and y'all need to go locate my son and find out what's going on.
Did you tell her that he had had access to guns?
Yes, I don't remember how I worded it, but I did tell her about the guns in the house, and that him and his dad, enjoyed shooting guns at the gun range, and it was like a hobby. And so she said, okay, well, I'll see if I can't find somebody to track him down. And I didn't feel like I couldn't hear urgency in her voice. And I said, I need you to take this seriously. I need you to put down what you're doing, and you need to go find him right now, please. And so we got off the phone.
And after you got off the phone, you said that Colt did text you.
Yes, he did text me. He basically texted me almost exactly what he had originally texted his dad earlier.
And I'm going to go ahead and display that text from 10:02 on September 4th, where he says, I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So at this point, are you concerned?
Very, very concerned.
And I'm going to pull up some more text that you sent to your mother and to the defendant from 10:17 on September 4th. Up there on the right, you say, you should probably go ahead and make arrangements to leave work. And then at 10:18, you text the defendant, they're going to need you at the school. So at this point, y'all, the school shooting has not started. Tell me why you're telling him he needs to go ahead and go to school.
I think primarily it was just because I knew something was going on with Colt. What that something was, I had no idea. Whether he was just having another panic attack episode, because in the month or so leading up to this, there have been several times where he was having really bad anxiety at school, and so he would leave class and just go sit in the guidance counselor's office. I didn't know if he was going to hurt himself, hurt someone else. I really had no idea what was going on, but I knew something was not right. And I knew at the very least the defendant was going to need to go to the school to find out what was going on with Colt.
Okay. And so, and you had some concern that he may have brought the gun to school, right?
Honestly, that crossed my mind after I knew that they were having like active shooter stuff going on. I won't say that crossed my mind initially when I was reading the text and stuff.
Okay.
My mind didn't immediately go to the gun.
But eventually it did.
Sure.
And then at 11:32 that morning, you Google Apalachee High School active shooter. And that's when it pops up that a Georgia school is on lockdown.
Yes.
And reports of an active shooter. Is that right?
Yes, I had already tried to call the school multiple times and no one was answering. So then I tried calling my daughter's school, which was right there by the high school, and nobody was answering there. So that's when I Googled
And when you Googled it and found that there was an active shooter, you sent the defendant a text message at 11:34, and it says it's already on the news. At that point, did y'all know what had happened?
Yeah, I don't think you have to have a whole lot of sense to know what had happened at that point.
And at 11:34, you talked to the defendant. And then you talked to him again at 12:22. What did y'all talk about?
Honestly, I probably couldn't tell you exactly what was said. Actually, I do know one thing that came up. I called him at one point to find out if he was at the school, if he had made it to the school or not. And he said, well, I didn't go to the school. I'm going to the house, or I'm at the house. And I said, why are you at the house? And he said, well, I said, you need to be at the school. You know, we have 2 other children. And he said he wanted to see if the Colt's gun was at the house.
During that phone conversation, did he express any concern for Colt's well-being?
No.
Did you drive up to Bear County that day?
Yes, my mom drove, but I rode with her. We left pretty shortly after it started being reported on.
And is it fair to say before Colt's name was released, you knew that Colt was the shooter? Is that fair to say?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you and the defendant, after you left and went back to Fitzgerald, y'all continue to communicate about Colt and the issues he was having. Is that correct?
Prior to the shooting.
One of those issues was that he wasn't going to school, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up from State's Exhibit 159, a search that you did on August 29th, which was a couple of days before that Saturday.
Mhm.
We'll go back to the on page 7. So you Googled truancy laws in Georgia at 10 o'clock on August 29th.
Mhm.
Were you concerned about kind of who could get in trouble if Colt didn't go to school?
No, I can actually tell you exactly why I looked this up. So Colin was also concerned about Colt not going to school. And he had called and basically told me an idea that he had to try and get Colt to go to school. And he was going to call me, or he was going to have me call him and pretend to be someone from the truancy office. And he was going to have the conversation where Colt could hear him talking to me on the phone, to try and scare him into thinking he was going to be truant and get in trouble. And so that's why I looked up truancy laws, because there was a question I had about his plan, and whether or not it would really make any sense or not, because, Colt's a smart kid, and I didn't want him to get online and look something up and be like, what are you doing? I know that's not the truancy officer or whatever. So that's why I was looking that up.
So that was around 10 on August 29th. And then at 2:30 is when you text Colt and ask him how he's doing. And if you could bring up those texts again. So the text messages. Page 25. All right, so at 2:37 p.m., you say, "You out there, Colty?" And then he responds at 2:38, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school. Trust." About 20 minutes later, at 3 o'clock, you Google school shooter parents charged with manslaughter. And then at 3 o'clock, you read an article that says what James Crumbly's manslaughter conviction means for parents. And then at 3:05, you search again, school shooter parents charged with manslaughter. Tell me why you were searching that.
They had just come out with a documentary about those parents, and Colt and I had actually watched it before I went home and had some discussions about it. And I think the actual reason I looked it up is because we didn't know what the outcome of it was.
So you had seen a documentary with Colt before you went back to Fitzgerald
Yes.
about the parents.
I think go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And it talked about why the parents were charged. Ethan Crumbly's parents were charged?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's what the documentary was about, then why at 3:05 did you Google why were Ethan Crumbly's parents charged? If you learned that from the documentary.
I have no idea. I mean, I obviously had more questions about it even after the documentary,
And then you went to an article that said what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict and read that. Does that sound accurate?
Probably. I mean, once you Google something, it comes up with a million different things, and just click on everything you see.
And let's see, at 3:09, you actually Google safe storage gun laws in Georgia. Why did you Google that?
It could have been something that came from what I was reading about the Crumbly parents. It could have been me looking for a way to get Colin to store the guns legally. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. Because the Crumbly parents were charged because they didn't secure their weapons, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And
Objection, Judge, the DA's testifying.
Well, I asked her if that was correct, and she said yes. I'm trying to give context for her searches.
Objection, lead.
Well, I think in this particular instance, I think it's okay to lead.
Well, I'll sustain the lead on the question. Ask me the question.
Okay. Next, you visited a website for safe storage gun laws in Georgia.
Mhm.
So you were specifically looking up gun laws for Georgia. Can you tell us why you wanted to know about that?
Probably because the guns in Colin's house were not being stored in any way.
Okay. And then you went to a website that says secure storage or child access prevention required. So you went to a website specifically about preventing children from getting access to firearms.
Yes.
Was that the same reason you went to that website?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, because my kids are in the house with the guns.
So after you Googled why the Crumbleys were charged with manslaughter and then also looked at safe storage laws in Georgia, you had a conversation with the defendant. And that would have been at 3:55 for 14 minutes. Surely you brought up what you had found out in that conversation. Is that accurate or not accurate?
Probably. Honestly, I can't remember what we talked about. It depends on really the reason I was looking it up. You know, if I wanted to try and find something to convince him to lock the guns up, then yeah, I probably would have shared something with him. If it didn't prove my reasoning for wanting the guns put up, then I probably didn't bother sharing it with him.
Would the fact that you found a case where parents were charged where a child shot someone, would that be something that you would want to tell him in order to put the guns up?
Oh, sure. But I mean, I think he was already aware, I mean, of that case. He didn't watch the documentary, I don't think, but.
Okay. And so y'all talked for 14 minutes from 3:55 to about 4:10. And then at 4:11, you once again looked up what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict. Why did you look it up again right after you got off the phone with the defendant?
I have no idea. I'm sure it had something to do with what we talked about.
Okay. And then you had 6 more conversations with the defendant that day, August 29th into the evening. So you have at 4:19, at 4:21, at 5:03, at 5:12, at 5:31, and at 5:41, you're talking to the defendant. You testified earlier that when you talked to the defendant on Friday, August 29th, in the evening, his attitude changed because y'all got into a disagreement about him putting the guns up. Did your searches prompt that discussion?
Probably.
And so you, on this date, testified that you told him to put the guns up. And
Yeah.
what did he tell you?
He told me, well, I had one comment that I remember specifically. He said that if he went in Colt's room and tried to take his gun to put it up, that it would basically cause a shitstorm, indicating he didn't want to take his gun away because he didn't want to deal with it.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Gray.
Hey.
Mine's Brian Hobbs, and I represent Mr. Gray. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, let me know. I'll try and rephrase it.
Okay.
I understand going to be asking you questions about things that happened a good year and a half ago. Okay.
Yes.
I know you made some previous statements, so if it would help to refresh your recollection, let me know, and I can kind of show you some of these statements to help see if that'll help.
Okay.
All right. Now, you've been testifying for a while, and you've told us a lot of stuff, so I definitely have some questions for you.
Okay.
Maybe we'll work backwards a little bit. So we just heard about some internet searches you did,
Yes.
correct? Back on August 29th, right?
Yes.
And it sounds like you have a bit of a memory about those conversations, but maybe you don't remember everything that was said between you and Mr. Gray that day.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to bounce around a little bit, so just let me know if I'm getting kind of confusing or anything, and I'll try and slow down. All right. So you first called Lisa Butler, and I'm orienting you to kind of that last week of August in 2024. You called Lisa Butler on Thursday afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had met with Miss Butler, what, about 5 days prior to that? A week prior?
Yeah, I think it was on a Tuesday, maybe, or Wednesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday of that same week? If you know. I'm
I
not
don't
asking you to guess.
I would
Okay.
guess. It was either that week or the week prior. I think it was
Okay.
that same week, though.
So you called Miss Butler on Thursday afternoon and you spoke to her, it sounds like, very briefly.
Yes, very.
Said you had some more information you wanted to share with her, but it sounds like you needed more time to do that.
She needed more time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yes.
you just simply asked her to call you back and left your number with her,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And then it sounds like the next day, Friday, would have been a school holiday.
Yes.
Is that what your memory is?
Yeah.
And then the following Monday was a school holiday as well, correct? If you remember.
I'm not positive.
That's okay. And obviously we heard about these conversations you would have had on the 29th, which would that have been the same day you talked to Miss Butler, or was that the next day?
I talked to Miss Butler on Thursday, so the conversations were on Friday.
Conversations with Mr. Gray
Yes.
were on Friday. So those internet searches were on Friday as well.
Yes, according to, yes, what the prosecutor said.
Gotcha. And those searches that we just saw, those would have been on Friday too.
Yes.
The internet searches about truancy laws, about the Crumblies, all that stuff. Okay. Do you remember any Google searches you would have done on your phone around that same day about Nicholas Cruz?
No.
Adam
I mean,
Lanza?
I wouldn't be surprised, but
Well, I'm just asking if you remember. I'm not asking you
No,
to guess.
I Google all kinds of stuff every single day, so there's no way.
Okay. You remember Googling Adam Lanza,
No,
Parkland,
no.
Sandy Hook?
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right. Do you remember receiving information that day? And I'm not asking you what anybody else said, but you remember receiving any information that your son Colt had been trying to get in touch with Nicholas Cruz?
Receiving information that he had been trying to get in touch with him.
Trying to communicate with Nicholas Cruz. Did you receive any information around the same time regarding Nicholas Cruz and Colt reaching out to him without telling me what anybody told you?
I don't know if it was at that specific time.
Okay, we'll circle back with that. Maybe
Okay.
some text messages might help refresh your memory.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Now, all right. This all kind of seems to happen over a real short period of time within about a 30-day span, that things accelerated based on what you're telling us. But it also sounds like from the testimony we've heard, there was a lot going on for quite a while, a much longer period of time than 30 days. So let's start. All right. So, and just to kind of clarify, just so we're all on the same page, when you're having these conversations on the 29th with Mr. Gray, you said that you thought they might have been about putting guns up, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that might have been what one of the main disagreements was.
yes,
Okay. And when you say disagreement, obviously I think what you're trying to say is that you guys have different opinions on whether or not the gun should be put up at all
yes, and how they should be put up.
and how they should be stored. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
And it sounds like you were not satisfied with the answers you were receiving with Mr. Gray before this conversation ended.
yes.
Okay. So after that happened on the 29th, did you call 911?
No,
Did you ask to do a welfare check?
I told the defendant that I was going to do a welfare check if he did not.
And did you in
But
fact call 911 to do a welfare check?
No.
And you had done that previously. You knew how to do it.
Mhm.
Is that
Sure.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
But he was not communicating with me at that time
That you did the welfare
at all.
check?
Mhm.
So you're referring back to November of 2023.
Yes,
Okay. And so you're saying the reason you didn't do a welfare check this time is because he was communicating with you.
he was at least I mean, I knew that my kids were not dead.
Okay. And on the 30th,
Mhm.
which would have been the Saturday, it sounds
Sure.
like,
Mhm.
right? You didn't call 911 on that day.
No,
Now, he wasn't communicating with you on that day.
no, but the kids were.
Kids were. Okay. Didn't ask to do a welfare check.
No, again, I was talking to the kids. So.
Okay. So on moving ahead to Sunday, didn't call 911 on Sunday.
No, I talked to him and the kids again on Sunday.
Okay. Didn't do a welfare check.
Nope.
Okay. Same question. We roll around to Monday. Didn't call 911.
No,
Didn't ask to do a welfare check.
no, at the time I felt like that would definitely be overkill.
Okay. Weren't concerned.
Mm.
Is that right? And you have to say yes or no for the court
Sorry.
reporter. That's okay. Everyone does it. So Tuesday rolls around, right? So
Yes.
Tuesday, school's back in session. On Tuesday, you don't call 911.
No,
Don't ask to do a welfare check.
no.
Don't call the school.
Mm, no.
Okay. All right. So now let's kind of go back a little bit. You talked a lot about things that happened in different years, 2022, 2023. And we heard that, for example, you were aware that Colt was interested in school shooters.
Yes,
You knew he researched them online.
yes.
You knew he followed them.
What do you mean by followed him?
Just was interested in them,
Sure.
gathering research on them.
Yes, that's a good way to put it, research.
Okay. You had information that he was at least trying to communicate with one school shooter.
Yes,
And you were aware that he created an account online to email this school shooter.
I don't remember, but I'm not saying that. I
Okay.
did not know that. Yeah. I knew he was trying to reach out to one of them.
Okay. Do you remember ever gathering information that he had sent money to this school shooter?
I think he said something about trying to put money on, like a jail account or something.
Like a commissary account?
Yes.
Okay. And without telling me what he said, did you ask him where he got the money from?
No, because I'm just assumed that he was not being truthful about it.
So you didn't even ask him about it?
No,
Okay.
I don't think,
Okay.
honestly, that's.
Let me
a
ask you
long
this.
time
Would
ago.
this information that we are now discussing that you received have been over a year ago?
Over a year from today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Now, when you learned that Colt was trying to communicate with this school shooter, do you remember which school shooter he was trying to communicate with? Okay. Do you recall telling him that this was a bad idea?
I don't remember what I told him about any of it.
Okay.
It was not something that we talked about in depth. It was,
You don't think so?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. It doesn't stand out in your mind that he was trying to communicate with his mass murderer?
Well, yeah, I remember him making a comment about it, but
Mhm.
again, he was very interested in all these things. So for him to make a comment about one of them, kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Okay. So you weren't concerned about it,
No,
and you did not share that information with Mr. Gray?
probably not if we were not living together.
Okay. This didn't raise a concern to you such that you would have reached out to law enforcement, for example?
No,
You wouldn't have tried to immediately intervene with mental health treatment at that point, based on that?
no, because
Just
he
based on
wasn't,
that?
yeah, he wasn't talking about it from what I could tell in any kind of serious manner.
Okay. So you thought that the tone in which that you guys were talking about this was more joking than concerning?
Or just like a random interest.
Okay. Not an obsession.
No,
And based on that, you didn't tell him it was dangerous to do this?
I can't remember what I told him, like I said.
You wouldn't have told him this is unacceptable?
Again, it just depends on what he said and how he said it.
Okay. And it sounds like
If
you
it
don't
was
have
said
lot
in
of-
a, I mean, if I took it in a more of a joking, way, then no, I wouldn't have told him that because it was a joking way. Without reviewing really our conversation, I can't
No,
really
we'll
tell you much
circle
at all
back.
about
and-
it.
Sure. Okay. And pull some of these out. While we're doing this, while I'm looking through this, you stated that it would have been October of 23 that Defacs took the kids and gave them to Colin.
Yes.
Is that accurate, roughly, that
Yes.
month?
Yes.
All right. And Colt had come to live with you, it sounds like, in September of 23. That's when you had the exchange where the guitar got thrown, based on your testimony?
I think they said August, but it may have been September.
That's okay. I'm not trying to put words. Do you think it was closer to August?
No, that's just, I think what the prosecutor said. I can't remember off the top of my head what month.
Okay. I would say, what's your memory? Okay. But thereabouts.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. And prior to October, is it true that Colt had already gone back to live with his dad?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. So when Defacs took the kids away, do you recall, Colt
Yes.
Jr. and Jenny, do you recall if Colt was still there
No,
with
Colt had already gone back to stay with his dad.
Colt had
Yes.
already gone back to stay with his dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he rode with his dad down to Fitzgerald to get Jenny and Coley.
He being Colt.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that was a difficult time for you.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the kids were essentially removed based on your understanding without telling me what anyone said because you failed the drug test.
Yes.
That accurate?
Yes.
And like I said, you gave many statements. So I'm just going to ask you about remembering certain things. And if not, I might be able to kind of point you in the right direction.
Okay.
Do you remember giving a statement to investigator Jason Smith from Barrow County?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe you gave a statement to investigator Smith, but you also had a phone call interview with investigator Smith. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Yes.
Okay. Do you also recall an interview with Agent Kelsey Ward and Agent Amelia Maddox from
I
GBI?
do. Yep.
And that would have been the same day as the shooting. Is that correct?
I don't remember. It
That's
was
okay.
very close if it wasn't the same day.
Very close. Okay. All right. And, all right, let's go through some of these statements. Let me circle back on some of the text messages. So, and just kind of lock some other stuff in as well. The May 2023 police visit, you said you were not aware of that until September of 2024.
Yes,
So you're saying that Colin never shared that information with you about the police coming to his home? Is that
No.
correct?
yes.
And Colt never shared that information with you as well?
Not that I remember, no.
Not that you recall. Do you think that's something you probably would remember, probably stand out?
Yes,
FBI coming to his house or an FBI tip?
yes.
Okay. Now, when you called the school on the 4th to talk to Miss Butler, you told her it was urgent and there was something you had to tell her right away. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I told her that the conversation itself was urgent.
Told her the conversation was urgent. Did you share the text messages with her?
What text messages?
You had received text message from Colin that were screenshots of text messages sent by Colt. Did you tell Miss Butler about those messages?
I think you're getting the days mixed up. I
Let
called
me
Miss.
try and clarify for
Okay.
you. Okay, and thank you for letting me know.
Mhm.
So I am referring to the morning of the shooting.
Yes,
You got some concerning text messages screenshot by Colin that were sent to you.
yes,
And then after receiving those messages, did you call the school?
yes,
Did you at that time speak with Miss Butler?
yes.
Okay, now we're on the same page.
Now we're on the
I know
same
you
page.
talked to her a couple times,
Yeah.
so that makes sense. All right. Did you tell her what those text messages said?
I assumed that I would.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember what you told her?
Well, it was an 8-minute conversation. So, like I said, I covered everything that was in most of what was in the list that I had, as far as Colt's behaviors, and the anxiety attack. Trying to remember if I shared, I would have shared that text message with her.
Okay. You didn't tell her you thought he had brought a gun to school that day?
No, because I didn't. There's no
Because
way.
you didn't.
Because I didn't think that he had brought a gun
Okay.
to school.
You didn't tell her, I think he's going to shoot someone at the school.
I don't remember what I told her. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you didn't think he brought a gun to the school, did you think he was going to do a school shooting that morning?
At the time, I didn't know what he was going to do. So it's very likely that I just started rattling off a bunch of hypothetical things that he might do, and I
Okay.
could have just been saying, I don't know if he's going to hurt himself. I don't know if he's going to hurt somebody else. I don't know if he's going to shoot himself, shoot somebody else. I may have said it in that way, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I literally thought he had brought a gun to school.
And
I was trying to get her to have some urgency about her actions.
And as you just testified, you did not believe he had brought a gun to school that day.
No, I mean, if I stopped and you asked me, do you think your son brought a gun to school today or that day? I would tell you, no, absolutely not. Not rationally, I wouldn't have thought that, no.
Nor would you rationally have thought that your son was going to school that day to perpetrate a school shooting.
No.
Now, prior to September 4th, you and your husband texted fairly frequently. Is that fair to say?
It depends. Yeah, on the days
guess
when
it's
he was talking to
relative.
me, it could be
Right.
overwhelming how many texts I would get.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And in the month of August of 2024, okay, because that's kind of what we've been focused on a little bit.
Mhm.
You never sent Mr. Gray a text message just saying Colt is idolizing school shooters, for example.
I can't tell you whether I said that or not.
Okay.
I may have, I may have not.
Do you remember texting him that Colt was communicating with school shooters?
I don't remember. There's no way I can remember all the texts that I sent him, especially
It was-
about Colt and
Okay.
guns and everything.
Okay. Well, we can go through your text messages.
That's fine.
And you were aware that Mr. Gray was working with the school to get Colt counseling.
I know that he had signed a form allowing Colt to have counseling.
Okay. And you're aware from conversations with your mother that she met with Lisa Butler
Yes.
in middle to late August,
Yes.
and they had talked about counseling as well at the school.
Yes.
You were aware that plans had been put in motion for Colt to see someone at the school.
Yes. When my mom went up there, Miss Butler actually told my mom, because my mom told her about the crisis center that I wanted him to go to. And Miss Butler actually told my mom to hold off on taking him to the crisis center until he could meet with the state appointed counselor that the school used.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that person is not there, every day.
Only on
And
Thursdays,
so-
I believe.
Do what?
Is that person only there on Thursdays?
I'm not sure. You may be correct, but that person, according to my mom, that person was not going to be able to meet with Colt until the following week,
Right.
which is not what I was told to begin with. I thought that it was going to be like next day he's going to get to meet with the person.
And does it sound like the day he would have met with Colt would have been September the 5th of 2024?
Yeah, if that was a Thursday, yeah.
The day after the shooting,
Yes.
right?
Mhm. And that was the counseling that my mom set up. Not Colin.
That's the counseling your mom set up.
Yes, with Lisa
Through
Butler.
the school. With
Yes.
Lisa Butler. And your testimony today is that Colin was not involved in that.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I want to make sure I'm not.
He signed a document
Okay.
that allowed Colt to see a state appointed therapist.
Okay.
But as far as scheduling and going to the school and meeting with Lisa Butler, my mom was the one that did all of that.
Your mom's the one that met with Lisa Butler, but you're not sure how much communication Lisa Butler had with Colin.
No, that's correct.
Okay. And on September 4th, when you received these text messages from Colin, you told him to start heading back to the school. About what time was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was that after you had heard there was an active shooter at the school or before?
We didn't officially hear there was an active shooter until later. So
Okay.
that would have been, I would have told him to go ahead and head back to the school before we knew for sure that there was an active shooter.
Before.
Yes,
Okay.
because I knew that there was something going on with Colt, that he needed to be there.
And even though you sent Colin to the school to deal with whatever was going on with Colt,
Mhm.
you did not feel the need to call 911,
No,
report anything based on what you learned from Colin. Is that correct?
no, because I had already talked to Lisa Butler. And
Okay.
they were,
And you thought that was enough to deal with the issue?
yes,
Now, and I know I'm bouncing around, so just
That's okay.
let me know if I'm not being clear on my dates. But you said you'd been contacted by a school counselor down in Fitzgerald back in September of 2021 regarding a Google search that Colt
Yes.
had done.
yes,
Okay. So just do that, and then I'll know I need to give you more
Yes.
information to orient you. And it had to do with the search on Google, how to kill your dad or something in that line. Is that right?
yes,
All right. And the student school resource officers actually reported to your home.
yes,
And I believe you testified that Colin Gray was not at home when they showed up.
yes,
And he was not there when they had this conversation, whatever conversation they had with you and or Colt.
no, he was not,
Was Colt there when they showed up?
yes,
Did they, in fact, without telling me what they said, did they in fact have a conversation with Colt?
yes,
All right. And you said that after that incident, you did not immediately tell Colin about that meeting.
no, I didn't.
You said it took you several months before you shared that information
Yeah, it was
with him.
probably a couple months, yeah.
Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, when you were in Fitzgerald, there's a couple of Defacs cases, and I just kind of want to make sure I'm understanding. So one of the Defacs cases in Fitzgerald, that case was against you.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is it true that the allegations that opened the Defacs case were that you had physically abused Colt? You had hit him or slapped him or
I'd
something of
slapped
that
him.
nature?
yes,
Okay. And that's what led to the home visit? Visits
yes,
and the drug test?
yes,
I think you said it was approximately a year of drug testing?
yeah. It was until we left and moved back up
Okay.
here,
Okay.
which was about a year, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Which was about a year, yeah.
Okay. And right, and right, it sounds like right before they were going to close the case out is when you had this positive test.
Yes.
Do you recall what you tested positive for?
Methamphetamine was the main one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Investigator Smith why you had been using methamphetamine at that time? Do you remember what you told him?
No, I don't, honestly, I don't even remember us talking about it.
Why she's using methamphetamine. I think that I'm giving him leeway, but I don't see how that's relevant to whether or not the defendant committed crimes in this case.
Based on testimony she's already given regarding what was happening in Fitzgerald at that time with Colt in the behavioral issues that he was experiencing and how they were related to experiencing and how they were related to Colin. 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 Experiencing and how they were related to Colin.
Let me do this. I think
Yes.
a jury needed a break anyway. Is that right? Someone did. All right, go ahead and take a. All right, go ahead and take a. Shame on him. Is there a 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 answer to the question that you know? Do you know the answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the answer?
So basically what we're getting at is there's been testimony
basically what we're getting at is there's been testimony that the issues with Colt's behavior at that time period, and also with Colt's behavior at that time period, and also with Colt's behavior at that time period, and also with Colt's behavior at that time period, and also leading up to 2024, were based 2024 were based on his interactions with were based on his interactions with Colin Gray. The answer that is in another statement that's a recorded statement. Answer that is in another statement that's a recorded statement. Answer that is in another statement that's a recorded statement that we have a transcript of is that Ms. Gray started using methamphetamine when Colt got down to Fitzgerald because she was having difficulty taking taking care of all 3 kids by herself and working at the same time. what we're getting at, or what we're going to circle back around to, and why it's relevant, is because the issues that Colt was having at the time were not attributed to Colin Gray. They would have in fact been attributed to Marcy Gray. And there's a pattern of that that will continue to build upon over the next build upon over the next 12 months, leading build upon over the next 12 months, leading up to the middle of August prior to the shooting.
Well, he previously objected to us getting into any way that Colin treated Colt. When she answered because he was emotionally and mentally abusive, they asked for mistrial. And now they want to get into what Marcy has for mistrial. And now they want to get into what Marcy for mistrial. And now they want to get into what Marcy for mistrial. And now they want to get into what Marcy has done, which I mean, that is completely opposite of what they've previously been trying to do. But again, why Colt was created, why he Colt was created, why he did this is not relevant. What is relevant is who gave him the gun. Is who gave him the gun and what he knew. Well, that is who gave him the gun and what he knew. Well, that is who gave him the gun and what he knew. What that is who gave him the gun and what he knew. What that is who gave him the gun and what he knew. What that is who gave him the gun and what he knew. What that person knew when he gave him the gun. And what this whole case is and what this whole case has been about, and what Marcy has testified to. And what this whole case has been about, and what Marcy has testified to. And what this whole case has been about, and what Marcy has testified to, is what the defendant knew. What he the defendant knew. What he knew about his mental state. The defendant knew. What he knew about his mental state. And what he knew when he continued to let Colt have the gun. Why Marcy started doing meth, the amphetamine. Why Marcy started doing meth, the amphetamine. Why Marcy started doing meth, the amphetamine. why Marcy started doing meth, they embedded. Why Marcy started doing meth, they embedded. Why Marcy started doing meth, they embedded. Why Marcy started doing meth, they embedded is not relevant.
Chuck, now interject here, we probably shouldn't be arguing in front of the witness, because we're giving her information that we probably should not be giving her. We can send her out.
Understanding what and again, I don't know how often this is gonna come up, as to that question, why were you using, I'm gonna permit you to ask that over objection, and then see if there's other issues that come up.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes.
Do you recall? Do you recall? Do you recall? Well, you testified. You testified that some of these threats made by Colt to kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Is that right? Kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Is that right? Kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Is that right? Kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Is that right? Or am I getting that wrong? Am I getting that wrong?
That is what happened. I had witnessed him do that before. I don't know
Okay.
who I told or if I told anybody that.
Okay. You witnessed Colt. You witnessed Colt threaten to. You witnessed Colt threaten to kill Colin in Colin's presence, is what. In Colin's presence, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. In Colin's presence, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. In Colin's presence, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that, and despite that, Colin still wouldn't lock up the guns. Still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony. Still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony. Still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony. Still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony. Still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Right? Okay. You talked about Colt wanting to complete his school shooter uniform or costume, however you phrased it.
Outfit.
Outfit,
What he
thank you.
said.
Thank you. And needing a mask to do it. And that you thought he was joking.
A vest.
A vest.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that the way he said it, the tone made you think that he was joking.
Yes, and he actually said,
He was joking.
yes, and he actually said, I'm just joking.
He just said,
Not
I'm
serious.
joking.
Mhm.
Okay. And I believe you said on direct, as part of your testimony, that, you know, it really wasn't acceptable. As part of your testimony, that, you know, it really wasn't acceptable. As part of your testimony, that, you know, it really wasn't acceptable. As part of your testimony, that, you know, it really wasn't acceptable. As part of your testimony, that, you know, it really wasn't acceptable to make those kind of jokes.
Yeah. Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah.
Right. You mean, you let them know you didn't approve of it. And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? Because obviously you wouldn't approve. And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? And you let them know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? Because obviously you wouldn't approve of a school shooter. A school shooter or a school shooting, nobody would.
I made him
A school shooter or a school shooting, nobody would. A school shooter or a school shooting, nobody would.
I made him understand that that was not acceptable. understand that that was not acceptable, but I did know that. Understand that that was not acceptable, but I did know that. Understand that that was not acceptable, but I did know that. Understand that that was not acceptable, but I did know that. Understand that that was not acceptable, but I did know that he was just kidding around, or thought he was just kidding around.
Or thought he was just kidding around. Okay. And that's obviously, as you said, not something that you would approve of, right? Approve of, right? Have
Yes.
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 since Colt's been locked up, have you done anything to Since Colt's been locked up, have you done any? Since Colt's been locked up, have you done anything to try and enhance his popularity or celebrity as a school shooter?
No.
You have not. You have not taken his photograph, for example, and passed it on to people who put it on the internet.
I, at his request, sent a picture to he had two very good friends that he had been friends with for several years, way before the shooting took place. And I sent those pictures to them.
Okay.
Now, if they shared them on the internet, I don't know.
Okay. Did you or have you asked Colt questions that people are posting online and then gotten his answers and put those online or given them to somebody to post for him?
Say that one more time.
Sure. Have you asked questions of Colt from these true crime community true crime community subreddit boards to get the answers from him to then post on these sites?
I have never posted anything on any of those sites. I've only communicated with his two friends that he had on there.
So basically the friends give you the questions, you get the answers from him and give the answers back to the friends?
I don't know of any like quiz type questions.
Well, like a question, what's his favorite color? Things like that.
They wouldn't have asked.
Things like that.
They wouldn't.
Things like that.
They wouldn't.
Things like that.
They wouldn't have asked those kind of questions because they knew him really well. I knew him really well.
Right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying
I knew him really well.
right. Okay. So you're saying no, you have not participated in that. Okay. 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 Okay. That. Okay. That. Okay. And 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 so it would not be true. So it would not be true that the so it would not be true that the so it would not be true that the youth detention center where Colt is staying has prohibited you for a period of time from seeing him based on those types of violations. Types of violations.
The youth
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 Types of violations.
the youth detention center had absolutely nothing. Had absolutely nothing to do with prohibiting me from seeing him. That was It's 100% the guardian ad litem working on it's 100% the guardian ad litem working on it's 100% the guardian ad litem working on the Defacs case with for my two younger children. Case with for my two younger children.
Okay.
But once a different Defacs investigator got involved, they determined there was no issue, and they're in the process of dropping that whole
Okay.
thing.
Now, you were aware that Colin Gray and Colt had gone had gone hunting.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
And it sounds like that would have been in 2023. And it sounds like that would have been in 2023. And it sounds like that would have been in 2023. And it sounds like that would have been in 2023. And it sounds like that would have been in 2023. And it sounds like that would have been in 2023.
yeah, that's, yeah, that sounds about right.
About right. Did you ever avoid? Did you ever voice a? Did you ever? Did you ever voice a? Did you ever voice? Did you ever voice a? Did you ever voice disapproval of that pastime to Colin or to Colt? Pastime to Colin or to Colt?
No,
Pastime to Colin or to Colt?
no.
pastime to Colin or to Colt?
No.
I believe you described it as a way that they were bonding.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I did not disapprove of that.
Okay. And that also included going to shooting ranges, gun ranges, things like that?
Yes.
And you didn't have a problem with that either?
No.
You mentioned when you came up there that you thought Colt had gotten more interested in the guns when you were here in July of 2024.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You saw him cleaning the gun?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's
Okay.
accurate.
He had some parts, or I believe you
Yes,
said.
like he had, I guess his dad had got him some sights. Sights, different gun sights and stuff, and so, you know, he would take them off, put them back on.
And at that time, were you and at that time, were 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 you aware of, well, 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 well. So he gets the gun for Christmas, right? And that is he gets the gun for Christmas, right? And that is he gets the gun for Christmas, right? And that is he gets the gun for Christmas, right? And that is 23 or 22.
That That was 23 because I was incarcerated that Christmas.
Okay. At that time, are you aware of this fascination with school shooters when he receives the gun? Fascination with school shooters when he receives the gun. Fascination with school shooters when he receives the gun.
No, well, I didn't know that he ever. I didn't know that he ever. I never knew he received a gun for
You didn't know he
Christmas.
received the gun for Christmas?
No.
Okay, because you were incarcerated with limited
And
contact.
yeah, and he was not communicating with me.
Okay. When did you become aware of the fascination with the school? School shooter. Shooters. School shooter.
Um,
Shooters. School shooter. Shooters. School shooter. Shooters. School shooter. Shooters. School shooter. Shooters.
when he, I would say when he came down to stay with me for that month, um, right before all three. Um, right before all three. Um, right before all three. Um, right before all three of them went to live with their dad.
Okay.
While he was down in Fitzgerald that for that month, he talked about we talked about one